Sai Ram. I offer my most salutation at the lotus feet of our dearest Bhagwan, Sri Satya Sai Baba. On behalf of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, I extend a warm welcome to all present here and also the viewers who have joined us online on the second day of the Techonomics workshop. We have with us today three eminent speakers to share their insights on women empowerment. The first speaker, Dr. Mrs. Hema Harsha, Associate Professor, MP Birla Institute of Management, Bangalore, will address us on the topic, An Empowered Woman, the Backbone of a Family, the Society, and the Nation. The second speaker, Dr. Rani P.L., Professor, Department of Language and Literature, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus, will highlight on the shifting focus for women empowerment. The third speaker, Sri Nalin Rai, Assistant General Manager, NABARD, Bangalore, will provide insights on the role of innovation and technology in women empowerment. I now have the pleasant duty to introduce the first guest speaker, Dr. Mrs. Hema Harsha, Associate Professor, MP Birla Institute of Management, Bangalore. Madam is an excellent educator with a cumulative experience of 24 years in academics and industry. She holds a BE degree in computer science, a master's degree in labor management, a master's degree in business law, and a master's degree in business administration. Madam has acquired her PhD on the topic Talent Sustainability in Scientific Research Institutions in India. Dr. Hema is also a certified neuro-linguistic practitioner and trainer, certified POSH trainer and consultant, and certified trainer of MEPSE. During her career journey from 2008 till present, ma'am conducted various PPD programs, was involved in teaching MBA students in various subjects such as business laws, labor laws, business communications, etc. She is well known for her exceptional communication and interpersonal skills with effective capabilities. I now invite Madam to give her valuable insights on the topic, An Empowered Woman, the Backbone of the Family, the Society, and the Nation. Dr. Mrs. Hema Harsha.
A very good morning to one and all present here. And thank you very much for introducing me with your lovely words. I'm humbled. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Geeta Balan ma'am and the management of Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning for having invited me to be a part of this beautiful journey where everyone is talking about women empowerment, a topic which is very close to my heart and which I hold very dearly because this is the path in which I'm working nowadays, where I'm trying to look at how I can share, learn, and ensure that our women grow and learn. Can I move a little? Or should I be standing? I'm so used to moving. I can take that? Okay. Business communication facilitator usually doesn't like to stand behind the podium. That is what I believe. I tell my students never stand behind the podium because your personality has to be seen. It's not about your body, your personality, what you express in front of everybody. And I feel very, very comfortable standing like this. I feel a little odd, and if you're okay, I'm going to stand in front of you like this. Thank you so much. So let me ask you all one question. There is a picture. Does anybody recognize that picture? What do you know about her? What do you know about her? According to me, she was one of the most empowered women, but not allowed that. Okay, you tell me, what do you know about her? Anything you know about her. Kittur Rani Chennamma, what do you know about her?
Ma'am, she was married to a old king, and
Mallaraja. I'll
yes,
give the
ma'am.
inputs. Okay.
And she took care of the nation,
The
like
princely state, yes.
yes, ma'am, as a queen. Like she fought for the nation, and in that picture we can see that she tied her child to her back when she
Yes.
was fighting.
Yes.
So she gave the same importance to the family as well as the nation.
Okay. Today we are all talking about empowered women. Can you connect this to her and say what happened and what should have happened and what we are talking today about empowering women, if that was there in those days? 1778, Kitturani Channamma was born in 1778, and 18, I think 30 or 40 or something, she passed away. She married Mallaraja, that's a later story, but her childhood was beautiful. Chennamma was a very strong girl. Her father trained her in horse riding, archery, and sport fighting as well. Imagine, imagine that in end of 18th century, right? That is a part of empowering a girl, empowering something which you give, enable a girl, right? The father did that because Chennamma showed a lot of interest in that. And later what happened, she married a person whom she revered, and incidentally, as you all know and you have read and heard also, that the queens did support the king in running and ruling their kingdom. How? How? Did the queen just don the seat beside the king, or did she do anything else beyond that? She gave suggestions. She helped the king make decisions, right? She helped the king strategize. A lot of things Chennamma was into. The king Mallaraja died in 1816, and after that, the son became the legal heir of the throne. All of you would have read about doctrine of lapse, right? And what is it according to doctrine of lapse? Lord Dalhousie restricted us. What did he tell? It will pass on, the princely state will pass on to the British. It will be taken under the ambit of the British rule, right? And when the son became the heir to the throne, later he too died. You would have read again. And what happened after that is something which I always thought about. Why was Rani Chennamma not allowed to be the queen and rule the princely state? What if she had that authority? All this while she was being given that power. The Britishers said, after that also, you see, she strategized so well. She was so empowered, self-empowered. She wanted to protect her princely state. What did she do? What did she do after that when her son died? Just to protect her state, what did she do? She adopted a child. I'm sure you know that, right? She adopted a child. The Britishers went against it, right? That is when she fought. The one question which should come to your mind when you're talking about self-empowerment or empowerment per se is, what if she had a right to sit on that throne and be the queen and rule? What would have happened to our princely state, right? Definitely the story, the narrative would have been very different, isn't it? Today we wouldn't have spoken about how she struggled. We would have spoken about how she dared, how she was a queen, etc., etc. So it's all about how we look at a situation and how we empower ourselves, prioritizing women. Prioritizing women should become the norm of the day. Today, that beautiful topic of Techonomics. Chennamma didn't have all this. Chennamma didn't have the facility which you people are sitting in. You have technology. You speak about economics. You speak about the opportunities which you have in front of you, right? That is empowering. What more do we want? That's a beautiful topic. Actually, coming from a technology background, I feel Techonomics is the in thing, but it is not limited to women. That is one thing I can tell. It is for everyone. But we can leverage that. We can leverage technology to ensure that we grow. Do you agree with me? You can leverage technology, but not like ChatGPT, like how ma'am was telling yesterday. We give an assignment and then you use ChatGPT. ChatGPT gives you each and everything. We don't want that. What is happening with that technology? It's crippling us. So we don't want technology which is crippling us, isn't it? We want technology which will enable us. And that is what we need to work towards. Today, my narrative will be a little different from what people spoke yesterday. A lot of distinguished speakers have given you what empowerment is, what should women do, what is self-actualization, self-awareness. You people were a beautiful audience. You gave all inputs. You've registered it here. It's there in your notebook. I'm sure you're going to write a report also. Are you? Great. So I will not go on those lines. I will share a little bit about the three pillars of empowered women, which I think is learning, labor, and leadership, which Christina Lagarde, the IMF head, also spoke about it in 2014. So I strongly believe that it is something which empowers women. Before that, do you know the meaning of this? Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata. Respected, divinity prevails. When women, and wherever women are respected or revered, divinity prevails. How true are these words? This is taken from Manusmriti. Manu wrote this Manusmriti way back, 2nd century BCE I'm talking about. And that time, thinking about this is beautiful, isn't it? There are a lot of other things which I don't want to talk about, which is there in Manusmriti, where Manu also said women should not be allowed to take decisions independently, women should not do anything independently. But I'll not go there. I'll just stick by this, something which is beautiful. We should always take what is right, what is good for us, isn't it? Let's take the good ones. So this is something which I feel is very beautiful. And a nation which respects women, gives opportunities, gives a platform, prioritizes women, is a nation which will grow and sustain. Do you agree with me? Are you with me on this? Are you on the same page, right? And recently I was reading an article about Rwanda. You've heard of this country, Rwanda? That country boasts about having more than 50% legislative members as women. How fantastic is that? When we are talking about the big boss, the US, we are talking about India, which is going to be in the first, it's already in the first 5, and it's going to come somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd. But Rwanda, look at the way they have moved so quickly, right? So what are they doing? Enabling women. Why? Because I want to make a statement very strongly today in front of you, because I see all women. I don't see a single soul who's a man. And like yesterday, there was one gentleman sitting and he had to say yes for everything and no choice. And we did prove that we are intelligent, like how Suma ma'am mentioned. And we are, right? So I was telling about Rwanda, and countries which respect and give that opportunity and prioritize women. I don't want to use the word gender bias, gender parity, equity, equality, though I'll be speaking about it later. But the one statement I want to tell is prioritize women. Isn't that enough for empowerment? Isn't that enough? Think about it. Priorities. If you do that, if a nation does that, then that is our growth. That is our empowerment, right? Nobody has to give us that. Nobody has to give us that. Unlike Chennamma or Rani, Jhansi Ki Rani, where somebody had to give them something. We don't need that anymore. We have to get it. And this, I think, a lot of people have told you yesterday, when Srinath sir also mentioned about that. I was talking about the 3 pillars of empowerment. First one is learning, right? So how does learning really happen? Is it only through education? Girls, is it only through education? Learning happens only through education? How does it happen? Otherwise, experience, yes, fantastic. Sorry? Reading, observation, yes. Okay, absolutely. Did our grandmothers and grandmothers have an opportunity to study, go get educated in schools and colleges? No. I can share about my mom. She got married at the age of 13 and was promised education post-marriage. Married into an affluent family, she was kept a tutor for 6 months. After that, they said, but better it is the same thing, you know, after marriage, after education also, you're going to do the same thing, manage the household. So just ditch it, it's okay. And she ditched it. Choice. No choice then. Today it's different. Do you have a choice? The choice which has made you come here and sit and listen to me. I had a choice, the choice which I opted for, agreed to Dr. Geeta Balan's offer. She said, come and speak to my girls. I said, yes, I would like to do. Tomorrow you're going to be here. The learning is happening between you and me. I'm going to learn from you too. What am I taking back? That's my learning. I like your discipline. I like the way you people are in cohesion. You are living together beautifully. I've never lived a hostel life, so I can't say much about hostel life, but it's so beautiful. A learning is there from every single soul. It's not just about education, but when we are talking about women empowerment today, we are talking about education. Education leading to learning, right? The outcome of education is learning. And education is the foundation on which anything and everything happens. No education, no opportunity. No opportunity. Why do you think about leadership? Of course, leadership is, I'll come there too. I'll come there. Just park this thought. I'll come there about how leadership happens at home as well, right? But as of now, education is what will take you to the place you want to go, right? It's the edifice on which everything really happens. And the outcome of education being learning will give you those opportunities. Today, women are there in every single field. Can you tell me one field where women are not there, where women can't do something? Can you please think and tell? Is there any field or anything which we can't do? In fact, 2023, women joined the combat forces also. So that was a limitation till now. Now they have joined the combat forces also. Is there anything which men can't do? This is not about men against women. I'm just asking a question because we are talking about women empowerment. Is there anything which men can't do and only women can do? They can't deliver. Let's hope there's no technology which comes in future which will enable men also to, be blessed with that facility. Yeah. So today we are surpassed all those challenges, but still there are a lot of questions. There is light at the end of the tunnel, but there are challenges too to reach there, right? So labor, today we have crossed all those paths and moved to that area where we can take up anything and everything, right from an auto rickshaw driver to a fighter pilot, right from a person working in a scientific research institution, that is very close to my heart because that was my research work, to a person who's your help, who's enabling y'all, right? The security person or the housekeeping. We have all of them, right? So that leading to leadership. Now, leadership, all of us know, I'm going to speak about leadership, the quality of a good leader, which y'all should be. I've put one arrow. I've added that actually into this model to say that leaders cultivate learning. How many of y'all agree to this? You don't have to, but if you think leaders cultivate learning, what do I mean by that? Yes?
Cultivation, as we discussed about earlier, one can be in the form of observation. So you can look up to a leader and then the leader can inspire the followers. And second can be the leader can create an environment which is, which is appropriate for learning.
Conducive for learning.
Conducive for learning, yes.
Yeah. Leader is the one who gives you those wings. Fantastic. He's the one who gives you those wings to fly, right? He enables you nurtures you. He, when I say he, please, he, she, anybody for that matter. That person enables you, right? Gives you that space, creates that environment, nurtures you to grow. So I look at this 3 pillars as mutually dependent and being a cyclical process, wherein learning leading to opportunity, okay, and that enables a person to grow up as a leader who further takes it up on themselves to nurture the whole cycle again. All of you have heard of Sudhamurthy ji, right? What is something beautiful about her? What is beautiful about that madam? What does she do? Are you aware as to what she does? A lot of philanthropy? Yeah? She was the only student in the engineering class.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And ma'am, she even writes lots of
Books.
children's stories,
Yeah.
which
Okay.
are quite relevant, and they are old, but fixed in the contemporary times.
Very nice. Okay. Okay. Anything else? What does she do to the society as a give back? She adopts villages. Are you aware of this? She adopts villages. You know? She enables the people living there. She enables the girls. Please read up about her. It's a beautiful story about the journey which she is taking people through. She is a leader. You told me that she was the only girl, and all of us know she was the only girl, how she managed through, right? She was self-empowered. Correct? So today the whole narrative will be around self-empowerment, which you people should be moving towards. You're already there, 1 foot. You'll be moving ahead in that path itself, right? There's nobody to empower you. They are just enabling you, giving the right environment, and you move on. So she is one personality who was self-empowered then, and she's come to the last leg of leadership, where the previous slide, leadership, where she's enabling others. How is she doing? She's supporting the schools. She's supporting girl children, right? There are a lot of such people, such leaders in India who are doing all this, isn't it? So look at yourself now and that picture of you another 40 years down the line as that leader who stands there empowering or providing that support to your sisters. That is self-empowerment. That is what I'll be talking about today. The statistics is just a picture given by a statistic. I've taken it from there. And it is a little old. Ma'am was giving the statistics of 2023. But this is of 2021. And if you see the growth, India has moved quite well. And in the last decade, the Ministry of Women and Child Development, they boast about and they strongly tell that India has moved way, way ahead of other countries as far as women literacy rate is concerned. The number of women who have enrolled themselves in PhD is 98,000 out of 2.2 lakh candidates. Isn't that a good number? Aren't we moving there? Our literacy rate is definitely going higher. So what are we doing? We are educating ourselves. Every girl has a choice. She can decide. Today everybody decides, what should I take? Which course should I do? It's unlike olden times when we had a choice of a couple of things, right? If you get good score, you start with medical. If you don't get in medical, join engineering. If you don't get in engineering, then you do BSc, BCom, BA, LLB. So it goes like that. There was priority list. Are you amazed? Has anybody told you this? That's the truth, right? So we didn't have a choice of our subject. Today, in fact, our curriculum is also based in such a way that you can make a choice between engineering technical subjects as well as the soft subject, right? NEP proposed that. Let us see what's going to happen. You can choose music along with mathematics, and there has been statistics to prove that a person who makes a choice like that will do well, will excel in that field. I'm not joking, this is the truth, right? So there is a choice which you can make now. And your parents are also there with you to support you in that. Why? Because they are also the educated lot. So that is why I said it's a cyclical process, right? Now, the first pillar being learning. I need a bottle of water, please. Year on year, there is an increase by 0.6%. This being the first pillar, right? Oh, it's here. I asked you one question earlier. How does learning happen? All of you have learned a lot of things from your mother, from your parents, right? I have made a statement there. Mother is the best manager. We use this. In fact, you open any management book, it starts with that. When we say mother is the best manager, how do we explain this? Is she a best manager? She has no entitlement. She's got no, junior manager, senior manager, manager executive. No, she doesn't have any designation. But I want to call her, and everybody calls her the best manager. How? How is she a best manager? I want you all to think, though this is, I'm supposed to speak, but I always believe in interaction. How is she a best manager? Absolutely. She's a financial manager, finance manager. How? She manages the money. She knows. Olden times, women would keep money in those boxes, I believe. Right? Even today, women keep, if not in the boxes, they put it away, stash it somewhere in the almirah, somewhere between the saris, etc., for a rainy day. Right? She manages the limited, she had been doing from a long time, and she's doing it now, and she'll do it in the future also. Right? Whatever limited financial resources they had, she would manage that excellently, ensure that everybody, I'm talking about olden times, ensure that everybody got their bread till the end, and then ensured there was something for the rainy day as well. Finance manager, what more do you want? She's a beautiful finance manager. HR, what does a human resource person do? Ensure that there is law in the organization. It's a very congenial atmosphere. Everybody is taken care of. Whatever they want is given to them. Whatever resources they need is given to them, right? That's the HR's duty. Does she do that? She does it very well. When the older one wants something, she pampers him and say, not this time, next month. So somebody asks for a promotion. That happens in the organization. I'm relating home and organization. So a mother is the best manager. Operations. She is the best operations manager. Supply chain manager. What do you want? R&D. She comes with innovative ideas. Some guest comes home and you don't have anything to entertain them with, feed them with. She quickly whips up something and she comes up with innovative ideas to run that home. Who pays her the money? Yesterday, ma'am was telling the GDP of a country doesn't take into account a woman who's working at home. Imagine if you start paying that lady, the woman there who's working, who's toiling, right? Give it a thought. Because this is what we need to be knowing strongly when we are talking about self-empowerment. That mother who's a manager there is self-empowered. Without even knowing the ABC of management, she is a manager who does all the roles. Wherein in the corporate, we want one HR manager, we want one finance manager, we want that, we want this to take care of all the other functionings, right? So I think one round of applause to all our mothers who have been great managers, right? And the best at it. So learning doesn't happen only through education. Now you agree, our mothers, grandmothers and great-grandmothers weren't taught in management schools how to manage, but they did it, right? So there was a learning which is carried forward. It's not just education. You agree with me now? So that is where I was taking you to. And that learning never stops, right? Moving on, the second pillar, labor. If you see the graph again, this is of 2023, latest, it has moved up to 37%. India is definitely moving towards providing more and more opportunities to girls. I put the first point, opportunities. There is a lot of opportunities. Today, there is no place where they say, no, you're not allowed, unlike those times of Sudhamurthy ji, right? Today, you can join any organization. What is required? Your capabilities, the relevant skills. Correct? But there is something called as a leaky talent pipeline. This I heard from one Miss Soundarya Rajesh, who was speaking in one of the panel discussions, where she spoke about leaky pipeline. Opportunities are there. Women take up various roles in the corporate or become entrepreneurs at very initial stages. What do I mean by initial stages? After you graduate, then you start working, right? You do your master's, then you start working. And then what? After a few years down the line, get married, in case you get married, then you have children. So that is where the challenges increase. What she meant by leaky pipeline was the talent pipeline, okay, is disrupted frequently. When it comes to women, it is disrupted frequently because women drop off from their career path in between to take care of other aspects in their life, right? So what is it that has to be done? We as women leaders in the future, what should be done? If we want to provide that environment, okay? If we want to give that opportunity, lot of organizations that way, starting with, ICICI Bank, who came up with opportunities like second career for women. They said, we open the doors for all our women employees who left our organization earlier. We open the doors for them to come back and join us. Now that has become, intervention, HR intervention in most of the organizations where they're telling, please come back. So these are beautiful things which are happening, though this leaky talent pipeline is a challenge. Many lose interest. And you know that lack of confidence in women, if they have taken a 2 years or 5 years break in rearing the child, and they say, what will I do when I go back? So who's going to build that confidence in you? Who has to build it? You yourself. That is what I'm talking about today, self-empowerment, not just the leaders. It's the leaders as well as yourself. Right? Any questions? No? The third pillar, leadership, the most important one. The role of a leader, I strongly believe, is that of a catalyst, right? Gives that push. So excelling beyond is left to you. So what should be the characteristics of a leader? Being self-aware. Yesterday you all heard from Sir about self-awareness. Are you all self-aware today? What is your awareness? What is your awareness today? After 1 day of learning, what is your awareness? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What is the opportunity which is there for you all? You're studying in such a beautiful organization. So what is your self-awareness? Who are you? What do you want to do? What are your pluses? Right? Knowing about your strong points, your capabilities, right? Being confident about self. Confidence comes from within, they say, but it also comes from the environment. It also comes from the environment, your upbringing, the environment in which you live, in which you study, in which you grow. Even that builds your confidence. Again, leaders, strong leaders, enable themselves grabbing the best from every single environment. Being empathetic towards others, putting yourself in other person's shoes and thinking, right? There are a lot of small videos. I didn't want to play the videos. I thought I'll run short of time because there are small videos where young children show more empathy towards each other. Do you agree with me when I say this? Why? When I say young children, it is children around 2 years, 3 years I'm talking about. They show more empathy when somebody is standing there. There was one beautiful video where a child, 2 children are standing, and a person gives a bottle of juice to one and a sandwich to the other, right? And he says, I can just give this to you all. So they look at each other, and what do? One child feeds the other one bite of sandwich, and this child feeds the bottle, juice. So they eat, take a bite of sandwich, drink a sip of juice, take a bite of sandwich. I said, that's fantastic, isn't it? That sort of a thing slowly fades away. But a leader is somebody who rekindles those thoughts. If it is lost, he's the person who rekindles those thoughts. Sir spoke about emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence all about? Managing your emotions as well as others. You should be knowing. Say, as a leader, what should you know? If you're a manager, a woman in an organization, you should be knowing what your emotions are. When do you get angry? When are you happy? How do you handle situations when you're very angry? What should you do? And your peers, your colleagues, what are their challenges when it comes to emotions? Not just knowing your emotions, knowing others as well, so that you can go hand in hand. Being authentic, not fake, right? You display that, then they'll have faith in you. They'll trust you. Empowering the team. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, for that matter, I'll take the example of a gentleman, though we are talking about women empowerment today, because he's my role model. He's a very humble person, right? When one of his project failed, okay, he took that on himself. When he had to report to the government, he said, it was my mistake. And when there was success, he told his colleagues, he said, please come forward. These are the people who are behind the success. That is what a good leader should be about. Yesterday, somebody said, women pose challenge to other women. Women are a challenge to other women. Women cause problems to other women. Somewhere, we should change this narrative. We should change this narrative to make it women support other women. Women should do hand-holding of other women. And my case which I'll be talking about, my case study which I'll be talking about, army wives, in the next slides, will be about how women take care of other women. And they have empowered themselves and continue to do so even today, right? So having spoken about the 3 pillars of leadership and being an army officer's wife, I can proudly say that we are self-empowered. Now, this is what I was telling. I will not go into the details of empowerment, but I'll take my narrative is going to be a little different, where I'll delve on what empowered women do, right? Now, I don't know, is there anybody from defense background here? Very nice to know, ma'am. You're from? You raised your hand. Your father, mother, who's working? Father works for Army? Fantastic. Here? Fantastic. And do you aspire to join, be the 3rd generation? Not as of now. You have that Agniveer thing, no? I saw it on your website. Okay, fantastic. I think there's one more girl, yeah? Yes? Father and uncles are in army. Okay, fantastic. So we have a lot of people who are serving the nation. And I may look forward to maybe somewhere a few years down the line when I meet you all again, or if I talk to ma'am, if I get to know that some of you all did join any of the defense forces, any of the 3 wings, that's going to be a fantastic thing. That is your self-empowerment, if you decide to do it, right? So I just thought about this. Since whatever I wanted to speak was spoken by sir yesterday, I said, let me give a different narrative to this and speak about those women who have taken it onto themselves to empower themselves and show to the world that yes, we can. Like how I told you, that it's not always that women don't support women. We can prove to the world that we do support each other. And a lot of organizations today are working towards it. This has been there since many years. Many years, right? I'll just talk a little about being married to olive green, if it may sound interesting to you all. Married to an OG man. OG is olive green, the uniform which they wear, the combat uniform. It's very interesting, actually. I'll just give you a quick input about every single army wife who marries an OG. It is an enlightenment to us at the beginning. Why? Because if you're coming from a civil background, right, you don't know the ABC of the defense forces. And especially when it comes to army, for me, I can share that with you all, telling that it's a total environment. What is it? Learning ranks. First thing is you don't know the ranks. Who's a lieutenant? Who's a captain? Who's a lieutenant colonel? Who's a colonel? Brigadier, general, major general, lieutenant general. It's so confusing. Why? Because they teach us lieutenant is the first rank, captain is the next, major, lieutenant colonel, and colonel. And then when it comes to general, it is major general first and lieutenant general later. I said, what is this? It's very confusing for us. And you don't know how to address whom as what. Right? That is your first learning. It's a cultural shock. Environment I'm talking about. I'm addressing pillar number 1, learning. Right? Etiquettes. You know, I was newly married. My husband was posted in Srinagar. It was not a family station, it's a field. And when I went there to visit my husband, when you go to the mess where we generally dine together, as soon as I entered, I'm a girl of 22, 23, and I enter the mess, dining hall, and all the gentlemen get up. You know, they all stood up. I stood there. I stood with them. I said, everybody's older to me. I just stood there. And they continued standing, including the commanding officer. Then I stood there, they took me around, they introduced me. Then I continued standing, because how can I sit when all of them are standing? Then slowly one youngster, one lieutenant came beside, and he said, ma'am, could you please sit down? I said, no, everybody's standing. He said, ma'am, when you sit down, we will sit. That is a culture, which I didn't know. I said, no, I can't sit. I'm stubborn. Because we have been taught that learning which has happened at home is respect elders. And these are men in uniform. How can you sit when they are standing, right? So I continued. I said, no, let them all sit, I'll sit. He said, ma'am, it's a protocol. He had to tell me a little stern. And said, ma'am, it's a protocol. If you please sit down, we'll all sit. Then I just sat. I was obedient. I sat. That was my unlearning and learning. You know, when you go to a new environment, you need to overcome what you have learned and adapt to that. Maybe when you go back, you can do what you want to, but here you need to adapt. These are new things for us, right? Nobody learns it as you come. Resilience, adapting to the changes. Once in every 2-3 years. This is there with a lot of government organizations also. But for the defense forces, it's very different. Why? Because you go from a place like Bangalore, a beautiful place, beautiful weather, culturally vibrant, etc., or Delhi or Baroda, and you go to one of the remotest part of Arunachal Pradesh or Leh Ladakh, where there is no possibility of going out of the cant also, right? So army wives adapt to all that. I will not take all the 3 forces because I'm strongly speaking for AVA only today. So they adapt to it. 3 years here, they throw you into some remote part of the country. You quickly go and adapt to those changes. You don't get a house. Sometimes your waiting period is high. You continue, right? You don't crib and cry and throw tantrums. You adapt to that. You're resilient to all those things. Courage. Again, I'll share one small example with you all. In Srinagar itself, during 92, I think it was peak militancy. I'll not give the details, but I can tell you so much. That there was this youngster who was to go home in another 3 days. And I did shopping with that youngster for him to take some shawls back home, the pashmina shawls or those Kashmiri shawls for his mother. And there was this day when he went in the morning, but he didn't come back in the evening, right? These things happen. And defense forces see this almost every day. And you would be reading that in newspaper, right? What is it that an army wife can do, should do, must do, right? You know that your husband goes out, but may not come back. There is 70% chances. May not come back, right? These are all question marks. So what is it that a person should have? The courage to digest the truth. There are a lot of pranks played when newly married women are welcomed into the regiment. You know, small pranks. Like taking away the husband and telling that no, he's kept somewhere captive, in the border. All the small pranks, like ragging happens in colleges, which doesn't happen, of course. There's regulations for that. But they play small pranks. The officers and families play small pranks on the newly-wed girl who is welcomed into the regiment, right? Initially, I thought, oh my God, this is quite devastating on the girl. You know, you take the husband away and bring him back in bandages and say, oh my God, he met with this. They had kept him in the border and they beat him up and all those things. But I realized when I was sitting with the women, when they told me, you become stronger. They want you to become stronger. Such things, I've thought, and I still think, binds you with your community. The women are there to support. We keep the lady, the newly-wed girl, in your house. One of the officers keeps her in your house and ensures that she doesn't, cry. And if she cries, we support them, etc., etc. But we provide that support. But ultimately, what are you doing? Preparing them. Preparing them for the worst. You don't know what is there. So make yourself a little stronger. Build that courage in you, is what we are teaching. Then about the career. Career shock, something which I think most of the army wives go through. They are doctors, engineers, PhD holders, lawyers, clinical psychologists, all sorts of people. Talking about Jawans, there are a lot of women who were not educated earlier. But today we see a lot of other ranks, the wives of other ranks I'm talking about, who are qualified, who are degree holders. I have seen PhD holders also among other ranks wives, right? But it so happens when you move with your husband, you don't get that career opportunity. Today, all these jargons which we are throwing, like women empowerment, you should give more opportunity, we should have gender parity, we should have pay parity, etc., etc., etc. I have worked for 4,000 rupees also. Could I be telling I'm an engineer, why should I work for 4,000 rupees? I was working as a school teacher in DAPS, Delhi Area Primary School, in Delhi Cant. Okay, I was teaching, guess which standard? I was a computer science engineer, right? I was teaching computers in Delhi Area Primary School. Guess for which class? 3rd to 5th. What was I teaching them? These are the parts of a computer. Should I be cribbing about it? Should I be cribbing about it? I was qualified with the master's degree to teach management students as well. So what did I do? It's not about telling about my story. It's about telling how we can empower ourselves. Weekends I was teaching at IMT Ghaziabad study centers. I was teaching management students, right? Did I need to toil? Weekday here, weekend there? Yes. Because I wanted to keep my burning aspiration to teach management subjects alive. So who needs to take that? Who needs to take that authority over what you want to do? You yourself, right? So women today in army wives have taken up a lot of opportunities, right? Though they have had career breaks, they have been entrepreneurs. I'll talk about ABBA and what ABBA does to support them and nurture them. Many a times there are no jobs at all. I have seen doctors who have got a break in their career. They don't even know. I know a dentist who says, I can't go back to my profession now because I've forgotten everything. Because you're so busy there. But she's happy. She says she's very happy with what work she has done in the organization, how she has worked with the other women in rendering those skills and giving whatever support to them they need, right? So these are things, but do you have to sit and cry about it? No. Then family commitment, of course, this is something which everybody who's working will go through. You know, you are posted somewhere, your parents are somewhere, you need to take care of it. Yesterday, a ma'am was talking about how supportive families work with each other. You are on one floor, parents on other. But when you're posted in some remote part, Guwahati, you would take, 2.5 days to come to Bangalore. We didn't have connectivity, right? There is one posting in Dinjang. Have you heard of that name? Have you heard of that name? I mean, I hadn't heard. You have heard? Are you somewhere from close by? Okay. See? Some remote part of the country where there is no connectivity, transport, right? Managing all that. We have so much of facilities. And then we still want to say we want to be empowered. No, nobody has to give it to us. We need to take it. So I'll take you to the next step, wherein I'll be talking about ABBA. Have you heard of this acronym? Anybody heard of this acronym? And that's the reason why I'm talking about it, because Wives Welfare Association, Army Wives Welfare Association. There is something called AFA also, AF, that is Air Force Wives Welfare Association. These are associations and organizations which are strongly working towards women empowerment. Women working towards women empowerment, which has been happening even before anybody spoke about empowerment, right? What do? I'll just tell you quickly. And if you see their motto, it is we learn, we care, we share. Together we grow into a strong community. Army wives, that way I can use a lot of adjectives and say they are confident, they are resilient, they are adaptable, they are smart, they are outgoing. But were they all that? Were they all that till they became army wives? No, they weren't. They learnt it. They learnt it there and they passed it on to others also. Right? That is why we say we learn, we care, we share, together we grow as a strong community. Now you see the connection. When I say strong community, it's a small ecosystem which we have created within the larger ecosystem, which is the army. Army is an organization which is supporting all this cause, right? It enables through ABBA, and ABBA is one unit where it's a small ecosystem within the larger ecosystem, wherein you work towards knowing yourself, that is self-awareness, being confident, all those characteristics which I displayed about a leader, it is all there, right? They learn, unlearn, relearn continuously. If you see this picture here, this one, this is me talking about empowerment in 2015 in an army workshop for the women. And recently in January, I was again talking about how you can empower yourself to budding entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs from the marginalized society, right? They are people who are into tailoring, etc., all vocational training. So if that is the case, empowerment, this term we have been using, and we'll use it for another 20 years because it will take so much of time when we see that women are there where we want to be, right? So what does ABBA do? What is this organization into? I thought that you people will get a better insight and there'll be some sharing as far as some organization is concerned, who is into empowering themselves and empowering their sisters also. This organization, I thought I should share this, and I hope I will do some justice. What do they do exactly? They conduct a lot of vocational training programs. Vocational training programs that could be tailoring, baking, candle making, floor cleaner, hand covers, handkerchiefs, napkins, towels, clothes, anything and everything, right? They train them in that. And after training, after they learn, what do they do with that? They help them establish themselves. They help them become financially independent. How do they do that? Whatever they make, whatever they produce, right, is sold in the AVA shops. Or AVA provides them facility to establish their own shops outside. Or there is an opportunity for women to take up the Shuffle unit and then run that, right? Beauty parlors. Then technical education. Technical education, when I say, it could be teacher training, it could be computer courses. And after learning all that, what is it that they do? What sort of hand-holding do they do? They provide them opportunities. They could be hired as teachers in the schools, right? First prominence is given to the army wives, or the defense wives for that matter. They can work as teachers, they can start their own business, they can be the entrepreneurs. Those sort of hand-holding is done, right? Apart from that, what else do they do? Providing them health benefits. They take up initiatives wherein they facilitate any sort of maternal care they need, or giving them inputs about how they need to take care of their children. Now, how does this help? We are talking about empowerment. How does this help army wife who's from other ranks? Can you please think and tell? Anybody? How does this help? This is something, ma'am, all these inputs we get online today. Anybody? A thought? How does it help those women? No, we would go to their house and see if they are keeping it clean. We would check on their cleanliness. How are they rearing their children? We give them inputs about how you should feed, what food you should feed. The women come from various cultural background, diverse backgrounds. Some people don't even know how to keep themselves fit. They neglect themselves. So this is where ABBA comes in, wherein the wives of the officers, they help the wives of other ranks. We support each other. We train them. We make them understand how important they are to the family, because they are the foundation. If they keep all them, the health, etc., everything fine, then the family is doing good. The man can forget. It is always like that. In the defense forces, men work to protect the nation. The women take care of the family. Right? So apart from that, there are a lot of other initiatives which ABBA does, like providing counseling when it comes to domestic issues, or providing facilities for students who are studying, students who go to a different place for studying. Hostel facilities are there. Scholarships are there. These are provided to Defense Force children, right? Now, when I said this, that they are the ones who support, encouragement is there from every other aspect also. I'm talking about even the central government as well as army by itself. They encourage this. It is recognized. Now, we as leaders, okay, what do we need to do? We need to create more leaders. We need to enable those women who are in the learning phase to become the next leaders. So, talking about leaders, this was about the army wives. Now, there are a lot of others who have become leaders like this. Does anybody remember this lady? Have you seen her in the news? Have you seen her in the news? Do you know the story of this lady? She is the wife, she is Rekha Singh, wife of Lance Naik, Deepak Singh, right? And he passed away while he was on duty in Ladakh at LAC, India-China border. And Lance Naik is other ranks, right? What do you think she did? What do you think she did? You see her sitting and mourning in front of her husband's photograph, yes, after his death. What do you think she did? She joined the army. This is Lieutenant Rekha Singh. Here. 2023. Did she sit and cry? Did she sit and cry telling, oh my God, I lost my husband and now what do I do? Yes, the loss, the bereavement is very heavy, right? But after that, what? This is where your learning comes into action. You put that into action and you challenge yourself, right? It was tough for her in OTA. Officers Training Academy, Chennai, it was really tough for her to train herself. And then she became a lieutenant in 2023 and she went to the same unit where her husband served when he died. And she is there at LAC now. So that is what is self-empowerment about. And that is what we must be doing. You know, situations crop up. But how do we handle those situations and move on? Not always looking forward to the support system. She did have support. Of course, the army encouraged her. Right? But beyond that is first yourself. Self. Sir spoke about self yesterday. Link it to that. Right? This person, Major General Sonali Gosri. She's a Major General. The ranks, the senior most ranks, you know, usually women, we have seen hardly many women don that role. Usually nurses who are in the military nursing cadre, they have always done senior positions. But now there is a change. You see girls here? These are cadets. All these 4 cadets are into combat unit. These are the first ones in 2023. What we are talking about, women can't do this, women can't do that. No. They said we can do. In fact, sir spoke about it. They went to the court. They said, why not give us an opportunity to be in a combat role? And they are. 5 women were given that opportunity. And this is going to increase slowly. These ladies are going to be an epitome of these sort of, you know, chances which they have taken, these sort of steps which they have taken in life. And this is what we want. Isn't it? All of us aspire to become what we want to become. If you have a thought about it, make it happen. Get out of that comfort zone. That is what these people did. What did she do? What did she do? She got out of her comfort zone. Right? She had a child. She got out of her comfort zone. She said, this is what I want to do, and achieved it. This is what these girls did too. So what is it that you can do? Coming to the last slide there. You can empower yourself, right? What I believe is what these women have done for themselves and to their sisters who are along with them and to the community along with them, right, is definitely helping the nation. The case which I took up of army wives is to tell you all that they are self-empowered women who cared for their family and their community. Let me tell you that when men are not there, women are more happy. Can you believe it? When the husbands are not there and they go out to the field, I'm talking about field as in army postings, all the women have a lot of fun. They enjoy with their children, right? It becomes a smaller community. That's why I said it's a smaller ecosystem in a larger ecosystem. Okay? So what do you need to know? What do you need to do? Develop trust in yourself. This is a little repeat of what sir said yesterday. But nevertheless, I want to tell, build your confidence. What is it that you want to do in life? Know about it. Understand your strengths, weakness, and limits. Limitations will be there, whether you like it or not. It will be there. But we have a lot of other positive things, like we have laws to support you. Right? I'm sure ma'am who spoke post-lunch yesterday spoke about all that. Limitations are there, but at the same time, you'll have something to do the hand-holding, right? Inspire each other. That is the characteristic of a good leader. And stay career intentional. Why am I saying this? Initially, when I started, I told you all, our mothers, great-grandmothers and great-grandmothers didn't have a career, right? They were homemakers. Even today, we have a lot of homemakers, but they are contributing largely to a person who's going out and working. What ma'am said beautifully yesterday about a lady whom she interviewed, I think that's a fantastic thought. How are you as a career woman able to go and do that? Because either you have a domestic help who's taking care of all your works at home, all your chores at home, or you have an elderly parent who's there to, guide you. So that is how you need to look at it. So career intentional, for y'all it is looking at how you can progress through your careers and become those leaders who will empower others. So I hope that you become like these three. Can you please switch off the slide? You can see them better. That photograph was a little bleak. This is Squadron Leader Bhavna Kant, Colonel Ponung Doming, and Lieutenant Commander Anu Prakash. These three people represented India in the recent Defense Forum, which was held in Riyadh in Jan, right? And she is the first fighter pilot who was part of the RD parade, Republic Day parade in 2021. And then she was part of the Fly Past in 2023 also. They are those achievers who have cut through all those barriers, got out of their comfort zone. There are a lot of challenges for these people also. Women in uniform have a lot of challenges. That will be a thing of 2-3 hours or maybe 1.5 day session. But they have broken all barriers and are there to prove to the world that they too can and they too will. And they are the ones who will let the path for all youngsters like y'all. So with that, this last quote, if we dare the difference will deliver. So don't hesitate to dare, dream to dare, and be that difference, right? So that's all from me. Thank you so much. Is there any question? I hope I'm on time, ma'am. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, madam. That was indeed an inspiring talk. Madam explained of how the three pillars, learning, labor, and leadership, are a cyclic process which in turn lead to women empowerment. Also, most importantly, if we are to stand for women empowerment, then the best leader to look upon is our mothers. I think, madam, all of us would strive to awaken the Jhansi Rani within us and become true leaders of the nations. Thank you, madam. I now invite Dr. M.R. Geeta Bala, Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus, to give away a token of appreciation to Dr. Mrs. Hema Harsha. I am honored to introduce the second speaker, Dr. Rani Piyal, Professor of English, Department of Language and Literature, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus. Madam is the former head of the Department of Language and Literature and also the former coordinator of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell at SSSIHL Anantapur campus. Dr. Rani is an excellent academician with nearly 3 decades of teaching experiences in higher education sector. Madam takes engaging language and literature classes for the undergraduates, postgraduates, and research scholars. She has delivered both academic and spiritual talks in many national and international forums. She is also the co-author of the recently launched book, From the Colonial to the Carnival, The Indian Tale of an English Game, the story of Indian cricket from a post-colonial perspective. Dr. Rani is an impactful teacher, an avid reader, engaging writer, and also an inspiring orator. I now invite Professor Rani Piyal to address us on the topic, From the Social to the Spiritual, Shifting Focus for Women Empowerment. Professor Rani Piyal.
Om Shri Sai Ram. My prayerful pranams at the lotus feet of the Founder Chancellor, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected members of honor in the audience, resource persons who have already delivered their talks and one more to come, organizer of this conference, the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. Geeta Bala, and our dear students. In the Treta Yuga, Lord Rama abandoned Sita in the forest. In the Dwapara Yuga, Lord Krishna abducted Rukmini in his chariot. In the Kali Yuga, I dare say, Lord Sathya Sai instituted a special educational institution to educate and empower women. The speciality is that I feel proud, privileged, and blessed to be standing at the portals of the very institution that is one that spiritually empowers you. We all say that education here is educare and not mere education. That's because of his spiritually uplifting powers. Which is why I took more than a month after Geeta ma'am asked me for my title. I kept thinking, what's the right thing? What's the right thing? Then I, with all the reading that I did, I discovered that we all talk about social factors that will lead to women empowerment. But true empowerment comes from, I wouldn't say empowering ourselves, but from discovering the spiritual power that lies within. No amount of social empowerment can be effectively utilized until the spiritual power is realized. And therefore, I think it was very apt that this talk was actually scheduled to be the last one, just got moved one step ahead. that after we discuss all possible social factors, we come to the base and the root of the whole thing, which is spirituality. I'll make a humble effort to run through a couple of thoughts from my reading and from my own thinking. And I had a challenge trying to avoid repetitive thoughts from yesterday till today. So one of the things I noticed was that the key terms in this workshop is women and empowerment. And while most speakers discuss the meaning, the origin, the etymology of the word empowerment, I wonder if we looked at the etymology of the word woman. I missed the talk just before mine, so I don't know if that was covered, but at least the remaining talks that I listened to probably didn't really cover this. So I thought it was important to let you see the perspectives in the past and the present, culturally, historically contextualized. What are the etymological implications? Pardon me for my linguistic tendencies, but we have also students from the English department, so I'm sure you will connect with what I'm going to say in the next 1 or 2 slides. The word woman, derived from an Old English word wifman. The root is wif, and women, we know that over time sounds have got transmuted. The fur has turned to mer and woo and so on. I won't get into the linguistic aspects just for the benefit of the general audience. But it meant man was the generic word that stood for human beings, and the rest of it, if you looked at the word wif from which wife came, it meant the female partner in marriage. There are also interpretations which call a woman a female servant to man. Quite offensive, I thought. Contrast it with our own cultural context. The Srimad Bhagavatam in Canto 3, in one of the expositions and commentaries, talk about the word stri, which is our term for the word woman. And what does the word stri mean? It, in Sanskrit, the etymology is, it means expand. So when a woman is married, she helps the man expand his material wealth. Sahadharmacharini and so on. Different terms that we use have more meaning than just to say that it is a mere partnership of sorts. So the first understanding with which I would like you to go through this talk with me is, in our own cultural context, nobody is a foreigner here, we all belong to Bharat. In our own cultural context, the term woman, translated as stri, has much deeper meaning and significance. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk to you about the oldest definition for woman and the newest definition. Oldest, if you look at certain folk tales, they will talk about woman being the one with the womb in which the man is conceived. Lot of folk tales across the world talk about woman coming from the word womb and man in the womb. A man standing for human beings. But there is no scientific or linguistic evidence for this. But come across the span of centuries to the most modern and the latest of our interpretations for this word. We have now become so gender sensitive. We don't want to use the word woman in which man is embedded. We don't want to use the word female in which male is embedded. So we are looking at twisting words Yesterday, I remember Dr. Suma made a reference to one of the questions that Harshita raised, that just mere change in terminology does not really contribute to anything at all. So going in the same line of thought, I would say today you have gender fluid spelling since about 1970s and more so from 1990s. People want to spell the word woman like this, the A crossed out with an X, so you are not gender specific. So right from the reference to the womb and man, we have come a long way to the new spellings for the word. Historical context, and I thought of this because yesterday our very conversant second speaker, Dr. Srinath, spoke about American independence and American women's suffragette movement. Remember that? So he mentioned how in American independence that happened in 1776, but the American women got their right to vote only by 1920s. I thought it is best to also draw your attention to the contrast in Indian scenario, because that will give you an idea of how Indian civilization has treated women. We are all coming in modern times with our modern education from a very extremely Western perspective and miss certain very important basic facts about our own culture and history. So do you know that India in 1920 under Sarojini Naidu, you're all history students, you should actually know more than me, Annie Besant, etc. When they started the Indian women suffragette movement, the British government was forced to give, I think it's called limited suffragette or something. It has got a specific technical term, where women were allowed to start as exactly the time it happened in America, or a year before that in India. Women were allowed out of all the compulsion that they put across to the British, the right to vote, of course with certain conditions like you should be educated, you should have X amount of property, you should be, later they revised it to say you should be married, and so on. But the fact that India came to a position of women's suffragette as early as 1920, right when American women got it, doesn't that say something about us? One, please know these facts from history before we get into political activist mode. Sometimes when you get into universities and higher educational institutions, we are getting into this without real in-depth knowledge of our history, which is why I thought I must bring these points to notice. And India, at that point in time, was the only nation amongst the British colonies which allowed women's rights to vote. The only colonized nation at that point in time. And go back to American history, 1776 to 1920. Look at the number of years they had to fight or get even aware of it, then protest, and then get through it. Whereas in India, 1947, the day we got independence, the constitution also provided universal suffragette. Every woman could vote. That's a whole area by itself, and I would go into history if I continued in this. Travancore, I feel proud to come from the princely state of Travancore, which was one of the first princely states in 1920 to allow women to contest elections and vote, etc. Well, all this apart, so I just want to give you this historical context, because India has always empowered its women. So I feel it's a paradox to talk about empowering women now. From 1920 to 2020, after 100 years, we are now saying, how shall we empower ourselves? What a paradox. People like Sarojini Naidu and Annie Besant did it for us. We just have to carry forward that legacy. And how can we carry forward that legacy would be somewhat the crux of the rest of my talk. The context is everything, and that's what I just explained to you. Now, to help me fix a base for my talk, I just want to run through all the talks that are just over, 5 talks or 6 talks. The first one was approximately something about women, technology, and innovation. Please note this because I'm going to come back with a revised version of this slide a little later. Women and the pillars of empowerment for them, and the three of them, which talked about self-leadership and so on. Women and the possibilities of financial inclusion, which is important. Women and the legal provisions, the legal scepter that Nutan ma'am talked about. Women and agency that Suma spoke about. And today's talk about women being the backbone of, an empowered woman as a backbone of the society, nation, and so on. So these are things that have already been discussed, okay? How do I take off from here? The first thing to notice, human existence has to have and shall have two journeys, the inner and the outer. It's unavoidable. We cannot be born as a human being on this earth and be concerned about only the outer journey as long as our life exists here. There is to it a dimension that is subtle, may not be so easily graspable, but indeed there is something called the inner journey. You all agree with that, I suppose? This has to be the basic premise to understand the rest of my talk. Now, if there are more than, of course, we live in a world there is 3D, 4D, and there are also talks about 5D. We have to consider whether we want to lead a life that is 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, and so on. Everybody talks about different dimensions. The social dimension, the physical dimension, obviously. The mental or the psychological dimension, the social dimension, the intellectual dimension, and so on. I came across this very simplified version of that, which talks about the 3D, the 3 dimensions that life should engage with. The physical life is that which deals with our body, to a large extent, our psychology, our mental health. The intellectual life is that which deals with our education, with our intellectual pursuits, our passions, our interests, and so on. The third dimension is which is what we discussed probably yesterday and today, but this talk is going to talk about the third dimension, which is spiritual life. And to help you see how it is interwoven in every aspect of it, I'm going back to the slide on the different talks we had. We're talking about how women can be empowered through technology and innovation. Please remember, every innovation, every technological invention needs what's known as intuition. Without intuition, there cannot be innovation. And that is an inner facet. It is not something you can see. It's not something you can draw. You can't even draw a diagram or a picture of intuition, can you? I have philosophy teachers here, they should be able to tell me. We can't even represent what intuition is. So, that's internal. The second one was about the pillars of empowerment. And it talked all about self-leadership, self-control, self-awareness. And self is all about what's inside you. Women and financial inclusion. Let's say women have a lot of money. But what if she does not have the prudence and the wisdom to utilize that money in the most prudent manner? Prudence is an inner quality. Women and legal provisions. You can have any number of laws and rules, but if men are not ethical, they're not ethical. Despite, we know all the ways in which we can flout the rules of the land. So ethics, again, is internal. Women and agency. If you want to establish authority over patriarchy, because I suppose that's what Suma spoke about, patriarchy and agency, what we require is self-confidence in the first place. One cannot be assertive and establish one's authority or overrule patriarchy that has been existent in this society for years, for centuries, without sufficient self-confidence. That's a word that we take for granted in our daily life, but that's a word, self-confidence, a word with a lot of meaning and depth. So consider that. And if you look at all of this, you find that the base for any of the things that we discussed is something that is so internal, so inner. You can have all the money in the world, you can have all the technology in the world, you can have all the legal laws and rules in place in the world. Still, if you don't have what is internally required, you might not be an empowered woman. Yes? So now it's important for us to undertake the spiritual journey. And what is a spiritual journey? That's a very matter of fact, routine definition. It's an introspective process of self-discovery. It illuminates your deepest desires, emotions, and identity. It is where you come away with a rich understanding of and relationship with your beliefs about the divine, the larger connection to life, the universe, or God. So let's underline the key terms here, because we'll go back at the end of this journey. I'm going to take you through 7 steps to reach there. And I'll do that quick, and I hope to make it lively and not boring for you. One is introspective. Second is self-discovery. It will illuminate the deepest desires, emotions, and identity which only you would know. It will give you an understanding of your relationship with your beliefs, relationship with the divine, or you don't want to name it as Rama or Krishna or Jesus or Allah. You can just call it the larger connection to life and universe, or God if you like. I've cited from where I've got this. Now, in the same discussion, there were 7 steps in the spiritual journey. And I thought they were very relevant. In fact, on another forum that's not so academic, I would have used it to interpret it with your life on campus. But to keep this talk extremely formal, I'm going to look at these 7 steps in the journey from an academic perspective. The first is the stage of ignorance. Most women, or women we say are not powerful enough, are so because of the ignorance of their inner strength. So the whole discussion for the need for women empowerment, I believe, begins from a sense of ignorance, the first stage in which many women today are. Maybe luckily for us, most of us have outgrown that stage. We realize we are powerful, and we are looking at in the society how to make ourselves powerful or how to gain power. So whichever way, the first in this journey is the stage of ignorance from which you have to come out. And coming out is the awakening stage. That happens for different women through different instances in their life. If you go through them mechanically, the awakening would take longer to come. Otherwise, there can be a traumatic incident in your life. There can be an exhilarating moment that you didn't expect. There can be, God forbid, a tragedy that you're not able to cope with. There can be a mystical experience, let's say a dream sequence or coming across an evolved soul. It could be any of these moments or any of these experiences that will lead you to that awakening that there is something beyond the physical world in which you go through life monotonously and mechanically. That happens to everybody, and I'm hoping that happened to all of you after you stepped into the campus. The third, once you become aware that there is something higher, there is something else, that you're pushed into looking at what that something else is, you become a seeker. In fact, at this point, and I'm going to talk about it in another slide maybe, you become a shopper of sorts. You're seeking, okay, what is this? So should I take to transcendental meditation? Should I go to Vipassana? Should I go to Ramanashram? Should I go to Puttaparthi? Should I go to Art of Living? You are seeking what should be the place that will give you the actual path to your spiritual enlightenment. So all of us must be, being born Bharatiyas, and I'm sure each of you, I want you to connect it to your own lives. That's when it'll make meaning to you. So you must be coming from a certain tradition in your own families. Somebody is a Shaivite, somebody is a Vaishnavite, somebody is a Buddhist, somebody is a Christian. But there is a certain religious orientation with which we come, which over time will evolve into a spiritual orientation from the religious, because the religion will talk about the rituals and the externalities, and spirituality will talk about the internalities. So all of you, I'm sure, came from certain all of us come from certain spiritual leanings of sorts, which we realized or didn't realize. So now that the awakening happened, the seeker starts seeking what's the best path, what suits me. It's not one size fits all. For each of us, there is a certain path. So somebody is so happy with Ramana's silence. Somebody is so happy with Bhagwan Baba's apparent anger. Somebody is very happy with Sadhguru's intellectual incision. So there are different ways in which masters approach us, and we have to choose what suits us. Once you found the path, you become a practitioner. Practitioner of the crucial tenets of that path. Very specific. So I really prescribe that all of us identify these paths, because we are going through life very generally sometimes. There are spiritual inclinations, but once you really think, so if you think you want to reach Puttaparthi, you have set out on the journey, you have sat in the car, you have to, when you drive out of the gate, you have to make the conscious decision to turn left and not turn right. You have to make the conscious decision to pass through the town of Dharmavaram to reach Puttaparthi. Similarly, when we set out on a journey, it is important to make conscious decisions in the directions that we take. The practitioner is one such person who is driving consciously towards his goal, keeping his Google map on and very meticulously and religiously listening to that Google map. If the Google says after 300 meters go around right, would you ever turn left? No. We have more faith in Google map than what our ancient history and culture tells us. Now, let's presume. So you're already there, right? You're all students of Bhagwan Baba, and you already know what the Satya Sai path is. From there comes the next thing, and that is the challenger stage. Is that easy? No, not at all. Spiritual path is the hardest of all. Challenges come, egos pop up, your past comes back to you like a demon. Lot of students, maybe in the audience and otherwise, when they come to me, they say, "Ma'am, what happened in my 5 years or 10 years? Why am I bothered about it now?" Exactly because you're set out on your journey. It's coming back, it's not leaving me. Yes, you have to reconcile with it. We have to reconcile with our past. We have to negotiate what we escaped sometime back in our lives. We have to kind of get clarity in our identity. It will happen. And that's the stage of challenges and obstacles that a woman will go through. Once you cross all of this, you reach the state of awakened soul. Someone who has greater spiritual maturity, who understands the connectedness and interconnectedness of things. You're able to connect what happened 15 years ago to what happened now. You're able to connect that person I met only once but left that deep impact on me. That one idea that you heard randomly in a conversation but has made you think in a totally different direction in your life from what you have thought all these days. That awakening will happen, and they are not random instances. The universe is not a random. God doesn't make anything randomly. He has a grand scheme and a master plan. So nothing that happens is random, including this conversation, this workshop, the people in the audience, those who get to hear this, those who don't get to hear this. None of this is arbitrary or random. So that understanding emerges. Imagine a woman, let me call her Stree from now, if you don't mind. I don't know if I can say Stree empowerment, but nevertheless. But imagine a woman or a lady or a Stree who has gone through these 6 stages and finally reached the 7th ultimate stage of selfless server, enters the world. She's less likely to have conflicts or to be unable to resolve her conflicts. You agree with me? So what we call as problems that women face, because of which their women are deprived of something, because of which we need empowerment, all of this is nullified if you are an awakened soul who's able to, the woman's role does not change. Selfless server for the higher good in the family. Everybody else's comfort is bigger than her own, right? You see your mothers. In the college, the children's comfort is higher than the teacher's comfort, right? You've noticed this all around you. So and I won't be a grouchy, complaining woman if I've gone through these stages, because it has naturally brought me to the 7th step, which is to be a selfless server. Then you're positive, then you're pleasant, then you know how to handle your conflicts, then you know how to make adjustments and be accommodative. Then most of the time, our feeling of deprivation does not really cling to us, and then there will be, I believe, a happier life. This is the actual main thrust of what I intended to speak today. I came across, while I was reading, something called human completion, and I thought this idea was worth thinking about. By Tom Eckert, he talks about a human being being complete. I'm going to start using the word human being because at the end of my talk, I'm going to dispute my own title. I'm going to tell you why my title is a flawed title, and I don't know why Geeta ma'am accepted my title. If I were she, I would say go rethink and come back. I'm going to discredit myself for my own title at the end of this talk, because the whole talk will prove that there is some inherent flaw in the way I have worded my title. So human completion, and this idea of human completion is about attending to all the 3 dimensions. The 3D that we spoke about, the human dimension, the soul dimension, and the absolute dimension. I got this doubt about how could soul dimension be different from absolute dimension, but we'll look at it quickly, and I won't make it too long. In the human dimension, we look at cultivating a healthy body and mind. Primary, fitness, eat well, keep good health. Live with integrity and ethical behavior, because it is the human dimension. Unless you are ethical, you cannot have a moral society. You cannot have a society rid of conflicts. So in our existence as human beings, it's important to and integrity is everything, right? We know that. Maintaining healthy and constructive relationship, that's in the human sphere. If we are spiritually evolved souls, we don't need human beings around us. We don't need friends. We don't need to talk to anybody. We can be just in the Himalayan caves. So since we are in the human sphere, in the human dimension, we also need, please underline the 2 words, especially for the youngsters, healthy and constructive relationships. That could be one place that we flaw when we are in our teenage and when we are drawn by the pulse of the world. Healthy, underline that. Constructive, underline that. Transforming core blockages. What are the different circumstances that block human progress? Your life's progress. Is it material? So the other day somebody was talking about this little boy who didn't like to go to school, so he started, Sharda ma'am showed a video yesterday. I thought she showed that, did she? About this lady in her village using YouTube. Yeah. So what did she do? She essentially changed the core blockage, material scarcity in her life, educational scarcity in her life. She just removed that blockage, transformed it into something so fantastic and splendid that now the whole world is wow about what she did. So when you're in the human dimension, we must work towards not just removing. See, imagine if the word was removing, it would have a totally different meaning. I'm not just removing the blockage like that lady did. She could have just moved away to a city, got an education for herself and become a big person. But what did she do? She transformed that core blockage that she had into something that is of, you need selflessness. Remember the previous one, the last stage was selfless server. She had arrived there unconsciously in her journey probably to be able to do that. Of course, psychological and emotional maturity is so important in human life. Otherwise, we'll be creating drama everywhere we go, to every person we talk, and in every circumstance of our lives. To be less dramatic and less melodramatic, we have to have a psychological and emotional maturity. These are things that are so important in the human dimension. We're talking about human completion, right? And we talked about only one dimension. Look at the soul dimension. Learning lives. I'm not going in the order in which it is written because I differ with this is somebody else's. I've given the Tom Eckert, right? So, but when I think of it, I'm thinking of it slightly differently. So I'm using a different order of things. Learning life's deepest lessons. Life is a cosmic school. So, okay, you went through life, you have constructive relationships, you have a psychological maturity, we transformed our blockages, but what did we learn from that? How did it add value to our lives? That will go into that, because the learning is always very subtle. Can you say, I learned to control my anger, which I did, okay? There are a lot of witnesses to my foul temper in the audience here. So, can I show you how I reached there? There is no way to represent it. There is no photograph of it I can take to say how I controlled my temper, right? So, life's deepest lessons are subtle. That's why it's in the soul dimension. Maybe I became kinder, maybe somebody became more patient, but these are things you cannot photograph. These are things you cannot capture in data in a science lab. These are things that are very inner, very subtle. So that's one of the things that happens in the soul dimension. Participating in the evolutionary impulse of life as a whole. This reminds me of a book that I read maybe 15 years ago. It was called The Celestine Prophecy. It talks about there are points in time when universally there will be evolution of consciousness. And I think the pandemic was one such. The entire world had to perforce raise its consciousness, right? All of us. Staying at home, seeing things at close quarters, looking at what is the value of life, looking at the value of what we generally spend our time in, routine matters of life. There is a general evolution of consciousness. It happens every so often, cosmically planned. So, evolutionary impulse. Life is about evolution, and to become aware of it and align ourselves to that, saying, okay, what I was 15 years ago is not what I am today. I don't know how that happened, but I feel happy about it. To be conscious of that evolution, that happens to you. The first day you stepped in and you go home for the first vacation and your parents are saying, I can't recognize my child. She's so changed. Did she just come and say she will offer to cook breakfast? Yeah, this happens. So, always moving with vision and passion into new horizons. This is the soul dimension. Because in the human dimension, I can do what I'm given to do. Okay? So, as let's presume I'm the head of a department. So, at the human dimension, I have to ensure the timetable is in place. I have to ensure classes are taken. I have to ensure my syllabus is revised. I can do all that. But if I have moved from the human to the soul dimension, I will have a vision. 5 years from now, what should the department look like? Should I plan something in such a way so passion and vision will come when you are in the soul dimension? If you remain in the human dimension, you will do what you are told to do. You want, so ma'am told you, Geeta ma'am told you, make a badge for the conference. There are so many ways you could make the badge. But you put your mind and heart and soul and your creativity into it and say, okay, one for speaker, one for teacher, one for student, one for day one, one for day two. And you did it with more passion than you would have studied for the mid-semesters, I know. So you had vision and passion in this. So while you were at this activity, you were at the soul dimension, not really at just, if said, ma'am, give us so ma'am gave you from the internet a sample, you cut that with scissors, stuck it and went and gave it to her, you would be at the human dimension. You wouldn't have risen to the soul dimension. You understand? So, living a creative and life-affirming life. When I say life-affirming, my presence here is making a difference to anybody around me. If I'm in that room, is there joy? Is there happiness? Is there assurance of kindness and help? We see some people, you are not happy or comfortable, or if you get scared. You see some people, you are so comfortable and happy and you are drawn to them, right? So, that comes from their life affirmations. What kind of life and living they affirm. So, in the soul dimension, you will lead a creative and life-affirming life, which will take you above the human dimension. Yeah? You are at the second level. Now, let's look at the third level, which is absolute dimension. It's very good that we have a crowd of BA Humanities students because you understand history, you understand philosophy, you understand political science. So, a combination of all this is actual knowledge that we're talking about. Absolute dimension is when you reach that stage which Arunima ma'am and Venkatalakshmi ma'am or Sharda ma'am talked to you about Dvaita, Advaita, Vishishta Advaita. Everybody is same. The whole universe is, Brahman pervades the whole universe. We had Sutravahini for the final years the other day, PGs, yeah. So, total freedom. By freedom we mean, oh, now open the gate, let me go do what I want. No. Real freedom is about having control on oneself. Real freedom is when you don't have to fear anything. Imagine if you had no fears. You didn't cheat in the exam. You didn't flout any rule in the hostel. You didn't talk ill of anybody. You didn't steal anybody's things. You have anything to fear? You have nothing to fear. That is true freedom. Then you're truly free because nobody can stop me and ask me anything because anything I'm able to, ethically justify. That is true freedom. So that's the freedom that we have to arrive at. Realizing absolute undifferentiated oneness. I have not reached there, so if anybody here knows, you can talk to me and give me some tips. But this is the one we are all trying to reach, okay, going towards. I'm not going to talk much about it because this is really not going to come from experience. But I suppose it will come if we keep at it. At least the least is when Swami used to in the discourses say, love all, serve all. When I was 20 years ago, I used to tell him, Swami, quite impossible to love all. How is it even possible? There are so many people so unloving and unlovable. How do I handle that? But 20 years later now, I can say, okay, Swami, I can start like this. I can't love all, but I can definitely start by not hating anyone. And I think I've arrived there. So I suppose that's how we will reach this non-duality and connectedness and everything else also. So that is the absolute dimension. Once we have all of that, ultimate truth comes to the center. No, I'll skip this. This is just to say that this is a very interesting book and I started reading. Women Reborn. In the 90s, this research has happened in JNU Delhi. This researcher, Renuka Singh, it's an exploration of the spirituality of urban women. And she has interviewed 200 people belonging to different sections of the society, beautician, statistician, teacher, housewife, lawyer, doctor, different kinds of women in the society, and have tried to understand their spiritual leanings. It's a fantastic explorative study. I just got hooked to it when I started reading it. And today there is this new thing because we're talking about innovation and entrepreneurship is the key word everywhere. The West has already come up with the idea of spiritual entrepreneurship, and there are so many books on it. Most things come from the West to the East, 20 years behind schedule. So I think by the time I retire, people will be researching on this. As a couple of closing thoughts. I have time? Yeah. Closing thoughts. This is a thought that I read from the director of the Women Empowerment and Child Welfare Programs at the Art of Living, and I liked it. Spirituality. Now, what is the spirit? It's not a dogmatic rule. It is not, it has to be like this, do it like this. There is no dogma about spirituality. It is dynamic action, and I'll tell you why I thought this was important. Continuously accommodating and adapting to changes in circumstances. That is spirituality, because it's dynamic. And I thought this was crucial because that's what today's world is all about. The floppy disk that I learned to use in my computer 20 years ago today don't even exist. Then I said, no, I'm going to be the first one to get a pen drive. And I remember walking the length and breadth of the town to get a 2 GB pen drive for 1,800 rupees. I still have the bill, vintage property for a museum. And today, we are all on the cloud. Then we said, no, CD disc. Then they said, not CDR, CDRW, so that you can burn the CD. And I remember our former warden, one day she asked me for some data. I said, ma'am, I'll burn it on the CD. Child, why would you burn the CD? She asked me. So even our vocabulary has changed. So from there, we have come a long way. So if we have to accommodate to changes, quick changes that are happening in the world, a lot of changes are happening, right? Spirituality is essential, because spirituality will help us to adapt to change, accommodate to the changes much faster. This is what happens in a woman's life. Let's not forget, as much as we don't like women to be defined as purely maternal and somebody to be married off, the truth is changes are the highest in a woman's life, right? They don't ever belong to the biological family. They always belong to the social family. You are the one who has to change houses, change families, change your relatives. All this happens. So to accommodate to all these major shifts and changes in our lives, spirituality can be a very efficient enabler. That's what I would say. So whether it's in the work life, like I said, technology is changing, people are changing, the way we have to do things are changing. My teachers taught me with chalk and talk, and then from blackboard we went to green board, and we went to whiteboard, and now it is the whiteboard jam board, right, on the screen. So how much of change in every profession one has to go through. These changes are, one will find easy to acclimatize oneself to these changes, to accommodate to these changes if one has a spiritual base. Resistance will be lesser, and spirituality can be an enabler. This ability to adapt is essential in a technological environment where the need to, so I am trying to, because they're saying techonomics, I would have liked to say technomics, I don't know. Techonomics and technomics can have two different meanings. That apart, because we're talking about technology enabling women to be innovative, that's why I thought I must show how technology is important even to keep pace with the technological advancements. Swami has told us about internet versus internet. As much as we browse the internet, even a part of it, if we undertook to browse the internet, that spiritual knowledge and wisdom about ourselves will enable to connect with the life around us. A woman's life, I would say a human being's life, is so connected with life around. It's only when we are disconnected from the life around that conflicts arise. So let's say I had a talk at 10, so I had a talk at 11:15, 11:30 or something. Okay? Imagine if Geeta ma'am and I were disconnected. I wouldn't know that she moved it to 10:15 because a speaker requested for it. So I told her I'll come at 10 because I am still preparing at 10 o'clock, at 9:50. And she called me to say, can you come because the talk is over, because we started early. Now, simple things like a communication leads to connectedness. Similarly, there are bigger measures of connectedness in our existence. The trees, the plants, the birds. When we came back from pandemic, the campus is filled with peacocks and so many varieties of birds. If I have connectedness to my nature around, that's when I will even notice it. And I have more greater connectedness, that is when somebody like Madhu ma'am will feed the peacocks. So it is all about connectedness. If you don't feel connected to it, you don't feel connected to a random person walking on the road. Do you go and ask him, sir, how are you? You know where they'll send you if you do that. So, but you come across somebody you know, you will say, how are you? Are you okay? Why? Because of the connectedness. So you understand how connectedness can bring harmony, rapport, understanding, a lot of things, which can promote happier lives. So staying connected in the right manner, interconnected, understanding the interconnectedness of life is very important. So our browsing the internet, our spiritual journey will lead us towards a deeper understanding of interconnectedness. Before I close talking about this spiritual journey, and I promised you something that you'll be happy about, right? I said I'll tell you how my title is wrong, and I'm sure you're waiting for that. Should I skip, go there, and come back because you're so curious? I can see some. Yeah. So some dangers in the spiritual journey to be warned about: spiritual surfing or spiritual shopping. Remember, we talked about after ignorance, awareness, awakening comes. Once you get awakening, I told you we go places. Should I go to Sadhguru or should I go to Art of Living? Should I go to Ravi Shankar or should I go to Muddenahalli? Should I go to Puttaparthi? Should I go to Ramanashram? Should I go to maybe I should go to Ramakrishna Mission. They take care of the monks very well. No, but then I come from Chinmaya background, so maybe Chinmaya Ananda was from Kerala, so I should maybe join the Chinmaya mission. So this is spiritual shopping. You don't know which one to buy finally. So that's a period of spiritual surfing or shopping. In that period, you can fall into spiritual traps. You can fall into the association of real and unreal gurus. And India has a plenty. That's the second danger. The third is spiritual escapism. Just because I took a spiritual journey, can I escape from the duties of my human dimension? So I'm going to tell you, girls, I'm on a spiritual journey. So tomorrow I'm going to be meditating Monday 9 to 12. So all classes cancelled. I should treat all students equal. So let me give everybody 50 out of 50 in my evaluation. All are one, right? Interconnect. I should be kind. Yeah? They're all spiritual qualities. So spiritual escapism would make you use spirituality to escape from the realities of our duties, responsibilities in the human dimension. Materializing spirituality, I must admit, a lot of us, your teachers here, have fallen into this because of the way we were drawn to Bhagwan in the initial years. Materializing spirituality is about having this crystal, having that japmala, having, that mat, this thing blessed by the spiritual master, etc. They all have their own power, no doubt. But spirituality is going beyond materializing the spirituality. So sometimes, we are gathering a lot of artifacts in the name of spirituality, and that is materializing spirituality. That's another trap. And of course, in today's world, because we have to talk about technology, there is information overload. You ask spiritual enlightenment, there is 1,34,444 websites that will come up in like 20 seconds, right, from Google. So there is information overload, and what's important is information digestion and not information overload. Of all the information that we get, of all the talks that you hear, of all the points that you've listened to, so you have written maybe 1/10 of what you've heard. And from that 1/10, 1 point, like yesterday, once again, like Dr. Srinath said, 1 point impresses one of you and you practice this for 1 day, even then. So it's all about not the information that is available and accessible, but what, from the time this pen drive and floppies and this came, I have at least 300-400 books that have saved in my pen drive, not read even one page of it. Does it happen to you when you have a seminar, when you have a preparation? We are quickly downloading a lot of material. This material, download, make a folder, save it. But how much of that have you really read, understood, and utilized? That has become much lesser because of the possibilities of information overload. I want to leave you, especially the youngsters, with one practical step to undertaking the spiritual journey. This is called reflective journaling. How is reflective journaling different from regular journaling? In a regular journal, you'll say, I met ma'am in the morning, I had a class in the afternoon, I had to rush for my football match. You'll say what happened during the day. You just will simply talk about what happened. But in reflective journal, you will talk about how your attitude towards it was, what you perceived from that. You will watch your emotions towards it, and you will note that down. And that will lead you to increased self-awareness and self-understanding. You can get a lot of insight about what you want in life. I didn't like this talk today. I think I'm not meant for spiritual journey as yet. You can write that in your diary, no problem. I won't be offended. But you have to identify that and you have to write that down to understand yourself, right? So I would have rather been watching a cricket match, which means I'm not meant for intellectual pursuits. I'm meant for more physical oriented activities. So how do you understand that about yourself? How do you improve your true identity? By keeping a reflective journal. It's also a form of self-therapy because you're actually having a conversation with yourself. In today's world, what's happening there all the time? Yesterday, somebody said it very humorously, right? You send a message to somebody, that person is sending you a message back with himself as the focus and not actually a response to your message, oftentimes in social media. So, and people are dying to have somebody to converse with. I realize that there's very little conversation in homes, in communities, in families. Very few families have a meal at the dining table, talking and talking, and the meal running into 2-3 hours. I mean, these were normal things in the past. But today, probably you're doing this and nobody's really talking to anybody. So everybody's actually wanting to converse, to have a conversation. And when you don't find somebody to converse with, self-conversation, I mean, I'm not suggesting that you go around the campus talking to yourself. That'll be risky. But what I'm talking is reflexive journaling is about a therapeutic way to converse with yourself and identify your own innermost desires. It can also lead to emotional breakthroughs, healing insights, deep shifts in perception. And I want you to really pay attention to these three things. Emotional breakthroughs. Many of us are afraid to express our emotion, or we go overboard with our emotion. Both are not really the ideal scenario. So, when you're writing and when you do reflective writing and you think about what happened and why you did what you did and what you could have done differently, or what is it that's working at the very, very, very back of your mind, and so on and so forth, that can lead to certain emotional breakthroughs that you don't expect. Something that is deep down will just come out like a gush of water, and that can be very helpful. It can give you healing insights. So I got this insight recently from a student of mine. So in 2007, as some of my colleagues know, I had a near fatal accident. That happened on a February 5th, and all my students of then remember it with great terror. So some of them have the habit of wishing me happy birthday on February 5th because they believe that I was reborn and Bhagwan gave me a second lease of life. So there are two amongst them who are very consistent every year in wishing me, okay? And I also remember that day when it comes closer, and I leave a note for all the friends who took such good care that we came back to life. But this year, I completely forgot this. And until around 10:30, 11 in the morning, as usual, the student of the past, she wrote to me saying, "Ma'am, you're 18 today. Did you remember? Happy birthday. Grateful to Bhagwan for giving you back to us." Then I said, "Oh, I didn't even remember it this year." And then she said, "Which means you have gotten over your post-traumatic disorder, PSTD or something that they call. You didn't even remember." So I never even connected my writing, my remembering it every year to a trauma. But the fact that this year, after 17 years, I didn't even remember it on my own, didn't take that extra bit of writing about it, etc., means that trauma has somewhere left me. And I think it came because of writing for 17 years. So writing is good. It can help heal some of the trauma that you're not aware is lying within you. Deep shifts in perception. So this is why I'm repeating that reflective journal is different from regular journaling, because you're not saying what happened in your life, but you're talking about what is your approach to what is happening in your life. What are your thoughts to what's happening in your life? And these are very important coping mechanisms for human beings. Remember, I didn't say women, and I'll tell you, I'll come there quickly. Just in case you are interested, I thought I'll leave you with a couple of prompts which you can work on later. They're only suggestive. A recent challenge that you faced and the deeper lesson you learned from it. So I decided I'm not going to be annoyed with anybody that morning. But from the time I woke up, my maid came and she, instead of ringing the bell gently, she knocked rudely at the door, and I had a reason to be annoyed. The milkman came, and while pouring the milk into the pail, he dropped so much on the floor, and I had a reason to be annoyed. I came to class, and my students are supposed to submit an assignment, and they didn't, and I had a reason to be annoyed. So what happens? They are challenging situations. How did I handle them? What are the thoughts that went through my head? Should I excuse this? Should I not excuse that? Was that intentional? Okay, the milkman was not intentional. The student was sheer laziness. So do I handle both the same way just because I decided? So if you reflect on these things, there can be certain subtle transformation that happens within. Of course, there are some other questions here. You can look at them and use them if you need as prompts. The last two slides. Wisdom that you gain through a journey. How does that help you? Self-understanding gives you universal connectedness. It will heighten your intuition. So I used to think, and these are insights that you get over time. Swami used to say, and probably the only guru and the master that I've heard say, I am God, you are also God. The difference is, I'm aware of it, you are not aware of it. And I would think, how is this possible? That he's God and I'm also God. And I think when he says, my sankalpa is Vajra sankalpa, he wills and it happens. And I think a heightened level of intuition, where I know, you won't believe this, you might even laugh at me. From 8:30, I knew that the previous talk will get over earlier. I had no connect. I didn't know it started early. I somehow kept imagining the scene where Geeta ma'am calls me and says, Rani, the talk is over, where are you? And it happened exactly like that, okay? So you kind of get a sense of what is to come. There's a difference between imagination and intuition. Please note that. Don't confuse one with the other. But a heightened sense of intuition is nearly like a very strong willpower that can make things happen. So when the divine will and human will meets, when the intuition is actually as powerful as or as equal to the divine sankalpa. So all researches, all inventions, all discoveries have happened because of intuition. They toil day and night, but there is that one moment of intuition that brings that final product, right? So intuition is very important, and please develop that intuition. I know of mothers who get intuitions about their children. I know of parents are always intuitive about their children. And if you are a woman who is empowered with intuition, imagine how much more in control of a future situation you can be. Maybe when something just falls on you like a bolt from the blue, you are much more prepared to take it because somewhere you already had the intuition it was coming. So I'm just talking about how for a woman, these things can help to handle her womanhood and the challenges that come with womanhood. Alignment with values, yeah, I think all that is done. Now, since once again we have to talk about spirituality, there are a lot of tools even for your spiritual journey in the technological devices. Technology is giving us tools even for our spiritual journey. There are books, e-books that are so easily available. That was not the case in the earlier days. There are podcasts and websites. There are spiritual communities online. There are meditation schemes online. There are yoga, physical acts. So use technology even for your spiritual journey. Why? Because we cannot now do away with technology. That's not happening. Therefore, the best would be to embrace technology, to empower yourselves. In my case, in the case of this talk, in the context of this talk, spiritually. So my argument at the end of this talk is, spirituality will and should form the basis of all social causes for women empowerment. Technology is something you can't do away with. Adopt the tool of technology for this spiritual empowerment. Find 1 hour a day for self-maintenance. Just like you send the car to the garage for maintenance every so often, send yourself to your spiritual cave for this. And spring into it. Dive in. Don't wait. Okay, let me become as old as Rani ma'am to start practicing this. What did Bhagwan say? Don't sit on the bank of the river and pronounce judgment on the depth of the water or their taste to potability. Step down and examine for yourselves. Please see if you're spiritually empowered at this age. Imagine what a happy life, how many years of, we discovered all this very late in life. You have the privilege of age with you. I'm not advocating monkhood or asceticism. I am advocating, and very strongly and very sincerely, a spiritual bent of mind which will nullify any deprivations that we feel as women or for being born into the gender of woman. Spirituality is beyond gender identity. Everything that I said, you think the men cannot do it? Spirituality does not distinguish men and women. Technology is not gender specific. If a man has to use Microsoft Office, it's the same way the woman will use it, right? Technology is never gender specific. WhatsApp doesn't say this is the logo for women's WhatsApp and that's the logo for men's WhatsApp. Luckily, technology and spirituality, the two things that we are talking about now, are both not gender specific. Therefore, I didn't put that slide. I got this thought while I was wearing my sari actually. Therefore, I want to revise my title. And I want to say, and I'm going back to my original slide to help you understand this title. From the social to the spiritual, shifting focus for human empowerment. We don't need to look at as if only women needed empowerment. Thank you very much. I absolutely enjoyed. Thank you, thank you. I enjoyed the occasional nods and the meaningful smiles and the knowing looks on your face while I was doing this. If you have any questions, I'm not sure I will be an authority to answer them, but I'll try to say a few things if you have any questions. Otherwise, thank you. Indebted to Geeta ma'am for letting me dwell on this topic for some time in the excuse of this, because it's always the speaker who benefits more than the audience. I enjoyed that, and also to place on record my thanks to ICSSR, which is funding such an important conference on an important theme, and of course to our own Sri Sathya Sai Institute for all the logistics, the modalities, and every other support that we get to have events like this. To my Bhagwan, it is eternal gratitude for every occasion to be able to think of anything that enriches my life and thereby the life of my students. Thank you, Saira.
Thank you, madam. That was truly an elevating talk. Madam began by emphasizing that education is educare and not merely education, and that true empowerment comes from discovering our spiritual powers. An important life lesson that Madam spoke of was transforming the blockage into an opportunity and challenging it. She emphasized that all the aspects, the spiritual, the economical, and the political, have deep roots from spirituality. Madam also directed our minds towards some of the dangers of spirituality and how one must be careful and wise enough to choose. She spoke of how reflective journaling helps one understand oneself and the importance to realize the divinity within us. Thank you, Madam. I now request Dr. M. Venkatlakshmi Madam, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, to give away a token of appreciation to Professor Rani PL. We will now have a short break. I request all of us to join back at 11:40 a.m. Om Shri Sai Ram. To resume the second session, now we have the third speaker. I deem it my great privilege to introduce Shri Nalin Rai, Assistant General Manager, NABARD, Bangalore. Sir is an accomplished professional with a distinguished record of effective performance in service career with a diversified experience of over 27 years in development financial institution and multi-dimensional stints in media, in academics, and in development sector. Sir's innovative approach to leadership, coupled with wisdom of human resources and a financial management, helped him to deliver outstanding results on a continuous basis. Sir has been a consistent performer, having strong interpersonal relationships, training abilities, and a passion for art, architecture, and the cultural heritage of the country. I now invite Sri Nalin Rai to provide insights on the role of innovation and technology in women empowerment.
Good morning, everybody. It's still not afternoon, so good morning to you all. And I've come to know that you all have been waiting for me, so apologies for the delay if there has been any, because I had my some other commitments. But since I had told Madam that I'll try to come, I squeezed in. And if you all have been waiting for some time gap, so do excuse me. And it is a surprise because I was not told that all the participants were the ladies participants. So after a long time, in fact, when I started teaching, after I had done my MPhil from Delhi University, I used to be a guest faculty at Jesus and Mary College, where I used to teach history. And that was an exclusive all women class. And now after 28 years, I am back to that situation again. So, my topic is role of innovation and technology in women empowerment. All right, so let me begin with a question. When was the last time we saw a scarecrow? How many of us have seen a scarecrow in the recent past? What is a scarecrow?
Scarecrow is a kind of puppet which is kept in fields to scare the literal crows and the birds who would damage the crops.
Fine. So when was it last time that any of you saw in the recent memory?
I have never seen.
You have never seen. 2 months ago. But we travel around on the road quite a lot. Most of us are now very frequent travelers, and average in a month we travel around 200 kilometers to a minimum, where we cross the fields. But we are so engrossed in our screens that we forget to see what is happening outside. I put this question is because I was traveling last month. I was in Bagalkot, which is the district in Karnataka, where Krishna River Dam is there. It was used to be the biggest dam before new dams are coming up in Northeast. So in the evening, I saw a scarecrow in a lady's attire. So that was in such a long duration that scarecrow was wearing a suit. ladies' suit. So it immediately caught my attention. And I thought we have been talking for the last 4 or 5 years about feminization of agriculture. And this is a manifestation of how things are changing in the rural landscape. That now scarecrows are also getting adorned in a lady's garment, which used to be a rarity, and I do hope that I would see it in this attire in the times to come. So do you agree that this sign which I noticed does it signify some change? It does. In what way? In what way does it signify a change? That's a bold take from that women are ready to scare everybody else to make their presence felt in the field of agriculture and rural development. That's a smart take on this signpost, and it's a very positive kind of interpretation of the scenario. Anybody else? Good. So, anybody else from the students, what would you like to say? How do you interpret this? Because these are small, small signages which discern the silent change that is happening. And if we notice it, it helps us to understand, because this is a sociology department, if I am not wrong, and these small changes ultimately lead to the change in the social dynamics. So these are small, small changes that we need to be observant about, because that's how you build up your theories based on the repeated observation of these signages that you come across in your travel or when you observe things. Incidentally, when you have introduced me, so this lecture that I have prepared, it is a part of my PhD that I have submitted my thesis. So it is more of a thesis interpretation, a part of my thesis which I am sharing with you. I have completed my PhD in economics from Jain University, and I should be awarded the degree shortly. So my next question is, when I'm saying this change of a signpost, is it empowerment in agriculture? Is it an innovation? Is it not? As ma'am said, it is an empowerment because it's a forceful conviction and demonstration of the way the things in agricultural space are changing. I would be focusing my this lecture today on agriculture because I'm a developmental professional associated with agriculture for now around 28 years. So my area of study, observation, everything relates to agriculture. The urban part of it you would not be able to discern because that is not the space where I interact. My space of interaction is mostly in the rural space. So whatever observations and the knowledge that I'm sharing with you is a experience that I have gathered in the rural space. So is it an innovation? Is it not? As you all have agreed to, this is an innovation, and this innovation needs to be taken forward. Now, let me come to the new terminology that has been incorporated in Indian economic lexicon. This was around 2017-18. It is called as feminization of agriculture. Is agriculture feminizing? Is there a paradigm shift towards feminization of agriculture? In the budget document of 2017-18, it was for the first time that this terminology was used in the economic survey, and it says that it is measurable increase of participation of women in agriculture. How do we measure it? Measurement is by their visible presence in the fields, in the various economic activities, which earlier was a male predominant occupation. Now male are slowly migrating and women are taking that space earlier women in the agricultural space were associated with the dairy sector for time immemorial. But now they have moved to the field and have started choosing the activities which earlier was a male prerogative. How many of you have seen women driving tractors to till their field? Here in AP? No, where? Okay, which part of Punjab? I have, before coming here, I was in Punjab for 7 years, so I know Punjab like the back of my hand. You have driven yourself? Your father has. You have not driven it. Which, Malwa, which region? Yeah. So you, there in Doaba region, women drive tractors more. And Malwa still is that male predominance is there. Somebody else raised the hand. Where did you see the women driving the tractor, ma'am? Yeah. Fi- Sambalpur is famous for Sambalpur saris. And we have a farmer producer organization there which is doing very good business in Sambalpur. I think last year they had a turnover of around 25 lakhs. Anybody else who has seen, and what kind of feeling does it generate when you see a woman driving the tractor? More confident? So, my second point is the feminization of agriculture, incidentally, when the nomenclature was derived, it was related to subsistence agriculture. However, I have, during course of my visits to Coorg, 4 times I have gone for some studies. It now, if you go to Coorg, you will see, owing to the endemic labor problem and the migration of the plantation owners who, now the second generation daughters have started doing the coffee farming. And directly, they are doing contract farming for all their relatives as well, because most of the relatives in Coorg, now they don't stay there, they stay outside. So those who are in Bangalore during the coffee season, they will go for plantation, they will go for plucking, and they are indirectly, they have become a contract farmer. So in that context, while when feminization of agriculture as a concept was developed for the first time in 2017-18 through the economic survey, it was indicative of the change in paradigm in the subsistence agriculture, but in commercial agriculture, with context of Karnataka and parts of Araku Valley as well, now it has become a sort of a commercial farming where women are taking the key role to preserve the traditional craft as also to lead the diversification in the sector. Here I would like to say in the definition measurable. So please take the term measurable. Now we can quantify the numbers. How many women are there in the subsistence agriculture? And this number is increasing in proportions, and on account of the confidence that is generating, more kind of diversified activities are growing. So is feminization of agriculture also an empowerment? I say no. What do you say? What does the audience say? Is it empowerment? Is it not empowerment? I say feminization is just replacing the male labor by the female labor. Yeah, it is replacing. So once, that is why in subsistence agriculture, once they are replacing, it is still not empowerment, but it will gradually grow into the process of empowerment. So the growth from subsistence to empowerment was a 3-step growth. They moved from being laborers to cultivators and then to entrepreneurs. So when a woman becomes an entrepreneur and starts associating herself either individually or through a group activity to market the product, then it, in the real sense of terms, they become entrepreneur and they become empowered. Any questions? So, how do we define empowerment? What is empowerment? How do you define empowerment? Yeah, please. Please. Please go ahead.
Sairam sir, so sorry to interrupt you.
No, no, it's fine. No problem.
Since you asked if there's a question regarding the previous slide, we are talking about feminization.
Yeah, feminization of agriculture. You want
So-
me to go to previous slide?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah.
So what do we say when we say feminization? Are we talking about bringing women to agriculture? Feminization, what is that term?
Actually, as I said earlier, feminization of agriculture for the first time came as a concept in the Economic Survey 2017-18, which indicated the replacement of male labor by the female labor. So Government of India for the first time came up with this nomenclature that now agriculture is started getting feminized. I had told, if you remember, that earlier women had a great participation in the dairying activity, which they have been doing. You would have seen it in Punjab also for years on end. Now they are coming to the field as well and in large numbers. So the government conceptualized this nomenclature, calling it as feminization of agriculture. And it is through three processes. First is the labor replacement. Then you start doing the agricultural activities on your own. And third is when you start taking up the entrepreneurial activity, then from feminization to empowerment, as I said, it is a three-step gradual progress for women, where they are now making their presence felt in a big way in the agricultural sector. Anything? All right?
No. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions? Any other questions anybody wants to ask? Okay. So as I will like to define what the question that you have asked. While feminization of agriculture was replacement of labor, the collective nature of women to work as a cohesive unit paved the way for innovation and empowerment. So that was the step. Now, how do we define empowerment? Is it only the liberation of women from socio-economic restraints of reliance? Do you agree? Or do you disagree? Being able to break away from the socio-economic reliance is the first step forward towards empowerment. But it is not the ultimate situation. It is the first stage of empowerment. And but as per the definitions that government has proposed, this is the telltale sign of initiation of the process of empowerment. What is the definite sign of empowerment? Andhra and Punjab are same. What one particular feature defines a definite sign of women empowerment? Land ownership. How many of yes, ma'am? Yes, correct. That's why I am specifically asking that question, because that is the first sign of empowerment when you start getting the title deed in your name. You own the land, be it Punjab, be it Andhra Pradesh. I have not seen, because during the course of our inspections which we conduct for the banks, I had this fascination for getting the data of women who have been given agricultural loan. I have the data for Punjab. I have the data. There are two RRBs in Karnataka, Satluj Grameen Bank and SAGB. And they have more than 20 lakh accounts of short-term crop loan. Of that, women as a loanee category are not even 2%. So I have that data. And when we say, as you rightly said, once you own the land, that is when the process of empowerment starts. And that is how, if you see the judgments of Supreme Court during last decade or so, where they have ensured that men and women should have equal title deeds from the parents' side. So that was with the objective of, in their own legislative way, they were trying to urge that empowerment should begin. So for the students who are sitting here, can they demand the land in their name? Because if you own the land, you all would have agricultural background, you would be coming from rural areas. There are certain benefits which are available apart from the normal benefits which are provided through the government system. For women beneficiaries, there are additional benefits as well. And this is what the women who have now started owning the land in their name are deriving and benefiting from it, and they are sharing the knowledge and also leading the change for ownership of land among their whole community. So next, is it okay that how many of you are empowered by the decision that I said ownership of land is the step towards empowerment? Do we agree with that? From the urban perspective, you will not agree. As I said, from the rural perspective, since my eco space is the rural area, where I work with the rural women, for them, you have to see the joy of holding the title deed in their name. And the sense of delight that they have once they get it in their name. That is rare to experience in urban space, but we see when we interact with them, the sense of ownership and delight that comes on their face when they share the title deeds of the land. So from that perspective, we say, because as I said earlier, my whole premise that I am building up is based on the experience of rural India that I have done. In Himachal, if you see or would have seen, Himachal is one of those states because of its tribal culture. Women own the land in equanimity with the men. And even after their marriages, they continue to hold the title deeds, because I have worked there for 6.5 years as well. So Himachal is quite progressive from that context. So as you disagreed, my question was, next question is, empowerment easy to achieve in urban than in rural areas? Because you disagreed vehemently with the premise that I had propositioned. As we have an ecosystem where we feel empowered, but when you go to a rural area and see the struggles that women have to face on a daily basis, from that perspective, we discern it as a sign of empowerment, the process of initiation of empowerment. How many of us have interacted with self-help groups, which were the first form of collective you have interacted? What is your, and please keep on sitting, no need to stand. What is your experience? Oh, so you did it in AP. Then you need not share. Let others. Aja, you share, please.
I did some case studies. I did some case studies. My experience was nearby, only opposite lane. One lady used to be very small. She was very poor. Then she joined in self-help groups because PhD time is 5 years course. So when I started taking the data, by the time I finished, she became the corporator because she, Chiranjeev, her name is just opposite lane she stays. She started, after joining in the self-help group with her petty savings, she started selling petticoats. So slowly her income increased. She became financially empowered, which led her to get the political empowerment and societal empowerment. So she was recognized now.
In fact, 1999, the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, when it was not divided,
Yes,
Chandrababu Naidu won his elections on the piloted by self-help groups.
yes, sir.
Nitish Kumar wins his elections in Bihar because of the self-help groups that are there in
And
Bihar.
I finished in 2006, sir. By that time, that is the time Yunus
Yeah.
got the Nobel Prize. Same.
So, anybody else who feels that self-help group is the first channel vehicle for women empowerment, and it also is a platform for integration of knowledge about technological aspects. Why do I say that the self-help group is the platform for integration of technological aspects? Because if you see now, everything, information during COVID times, I'll give you an example. When all the banks were shut down, we created the app-based financial empowerment for the women so that they were able to do all their financial transactions. And this was the only sector, in fact, last year in our balance sheet, more than 20,000 crores of contribution came from self-help group refinance towards the financing that had been done all over India. And this was because we ensured that the financial transactions which had come to a dead stop for all other activities did not halt even for a day, because we provided them the online facilitation to continue to do their transactions. I would like to share an experience here. 3 years ago, I was in Mysore. I met an old lady. She was around 70 years of age in that village. I had gone for a self-help group study, its impact. She said, Bete, I ensure that any daughter who is in my village and any daughter-in-law who comes to my village, she is financially empowered. I treat them all about banking. And she said, so far, more than 300 women I have trained, and they all are leading different activities wherever they have gone. Either they are in my village or they have gone after marriage somewhere else. And she has the same vigor which she started with 15 years ago. She has that passion to ensure she walks around to all the villages, to all the houses in the village, and has a regular twice a week class she has in the temple, where she just teaches them financial aspects of banking. And that's amazing commitment that lady had. Okay, now coming to my topic, how many of you are aware about Farmers Collective or Farmers Producers Organization? How many of us are aware about? How many of you have heard about it? Nobody has heard? Farmer produce, yes ma'am, please. You can.
Sir, we have seen the increased number of FPOs, and what are these FPOs? They are mainly, the main objective is to double farmers' income, and we want to do something to get rid of the middlemen. So something innovative.
Yeah. Where did you see it?
No, I know a person who runs it, but I've never really gone and see.
Acha.
Is actually a lawyer, retired lawyer, who is running his own FPO.
Here in Anantapur?
No, sir, in Karnataka, sir.
Which part?
Not able to tell right now, but
Okay.
But he started an FPO.
All right. So Farmer Producer Organization as a concept came in 2000 based on Dr. Y.K. Alak Committee's report. So the idea was that what are the main challenges that the farmer faces? The main challenges farmer faces is he does not get the input at the right time. The prices are exorbitant. The quality of the input is spurious, and the market price that he is getting for his produce is not optimum. This is more so pertinent for the small and marginal farmers who constitute more than 85% of the total farm population of our country. So from that perspective, in 2000, Government of India came up with Professor Y.K. Alagh committee. This was based on a World Bank study in 1999, which said that to remove poverty, we have to change our objective of focused approach and go for RPOs, that is rural promotion organizations or collectives, so that the impact and outreach of the farm developmental ethos is more widespread. Based on that, Government of India in 2000 came out with that law. Companies law was amended, and farmers producer organization came into being. So the basic difference between how many members do self-help groups have? Maximum. Why not above 25? It will become, because then you come into the purview of the Companies Act or Societies Act, and the whole idea of the promotion of self-help groups was that there should not be any rules and regulations for its governance and operations. But here, since for a farmer's perspective, 20 to 25 numbers would not attract the farmers to come on a platform. Farming psychologically is considered the loneliest profession in the world. That's what psychologists say. And to bring a conglomerate of farmers on a platform, you need some critical numbers, because when the numbers come, only then can you provide the government support which government had envisaged when these rules were passed. Can anybody name one of the famous examples of a collective in India, most famous example? Dwakara is an activity. Dwakara was an activity of the Government of India. Amul is the biggest example. Started in 1941 in Kheda, which challenged the might of British government. If you get a chance, you could read Vijay Kurian's book, Amul Story. You will really feel so happy that in 1944, a group of farmers, in Kheda district, which did not have even a road or rail connectivity, they challenged the British might and were able to establish India's arguably the first cooperative owned and governed by farmers. And still it is one of the best cooperatives which is running with a turnover of more than 50,000 crores and around 300 products in their basket. So if you get a chance to see Amul Cooperative, or if you really really have an urge to know how the cooperatives have evolved, kindly read the book of Dr. Kurian. It's an amazing work. So coming to now after the farmers producer organization were formed for 3 years, we provide financial support was provided to them, as in the case of self-help group, for their activities, for their different programs, for capacity building, to help them interact with the input suppliers through the platform of farmers producer organization. Now right now, as per the National Association for Cooperative Federation, there are more than 10,200 farmers producer organizations in the country. This 20-year journey they have reached here, and of that, 33% are having women as members. Though the act said that in the board, of 13 members, 3 to 4 members should be women, it is still not achieved, because the struggle is there. And government now is trying to legislate that as well, so that women start becoming active participants in the FPOs where they are combined shareholders. So when I'm saying comparing self-help groups with the farmer producer organization, why I'm comparing is because farmer producer organization is one of the platforms where in the original Act 2000, when Professor Alagh had recommended, he had said technology would be the differentiator for this group-based activity. And why did he say that? Why technology should be the determinant for the group activity? Earlier, technology was not being talked about. But in 2000, for the first time in a government document, it was emphasized for the small and medium farmers, technology should be one of the key determinants. Why should technology be a determinant in the farming activity? Anybody else? Production, productivity? Yeah. Technology was positioned as a window that would provide the access to information mostly from the extension perspective. If you interact with the small holding farmers, small and marginal farmers, extension is one of the key areas which is woefully lacking as far as sharing of the knowledge relating to cropping, harvesting, administration of seeds, insecticides, pesticides. The extension is woefully absent. So this document talked about the aspect that technology should be focused upon, and through the technology, farmers should be able to get all the details which they are not able to get. So in that direction, for SMS-based service was the first activity that was started by Reuters market service, in which you were getting extension from related information through questionnaire. Farmers would input their questions and an expert would reply to it in the evening. So that's how the technology integration started. McKinsey Global Institute says that by offering equal opportunity to women, India could add 77 billions to its GDP by 2025. Do we agree with that? How can we ensure that? As academicians, we have a role to play. Because the domain knowledge that we have, we can share it with the farming community. They are looking at knowledge which they don't get at the right time. So if we are able to do it small way in our own way, we could contribute indirectly to what McKinsey has professed. So let me give you a perspective of, as I said, the current status of FPOs in India. There are 10,719 FPOs. 1.2 crore farmers have been integrated through it, and 3,300 FPOs are exclusive women FPOs. And 7,375 FPOs have a women member. When I'm talking about role of innovation and technology in women empowerment, the above data that I have shared about the numbers, it gives us a hope and that lot more can be achieved through FPOs, provided the right kind of support is provided to women in agriculture. How many of you have heard about this name? Ram Rahim Farmers Producer Organization. Before that, some data about FPOs. It is majorly in the farm sector because the idea was to help the farmers organize themselves. Farming activities first should be organized and then we can shift to horticulture and now other activities as we are doing now. Now we are focusing on first when the farmers producer organization were formulated, it was focused on farm sector, then it went to off-farm activities and now women focused activities. So FPOs have facilitated in breaking gender-based barrier pertaining to farm sector. Through the and from the single window, now women can have access to updated tools and techniques associated with agriculture, and will facilitate enhancement of their productivity and their competitive advantage, and it provides an opportunity for recognizing their contribution. This being the premise, I have picked up Ram Rahim FPO. Why I have picked up Ram Rahim FPO? This is the first FPO in India which consisted of tribal women. most of them were illiterate. In Devas, there is a district in Madhya Pradesh called Devas. It's a totally tribal predominant area. And NCDEX, how many of us are aware about NCDEX? National Commodities Exchange. National Commodities Exchange came into being around 2000. This was also one of the, as I said, we are talking about technology. NCDEX was one of the facilitating tools which government created so that farmers through the FPOs could trade directly through the platform of NCDEX. Otherwise, they had to go through the money lenders and artiyas, the local buyers. Now there was no requirement to go through them to sell their produce. The platform of NCDEX was specifically created for this purpose so that there would be an integration and dovetailing between the FPOs and the selling of the produce. And NCDEX is one of the most vibrant platforms for agricultural sale. And if you would have read in newspapers, there was a revolution in guar cultivation. Guar is one of the vegetables which is used by the lubricant industry in and around Rajasthan once they are extracting the oil. And those farmer producer organizations which traded in guar, they made millions because it's for the future trade. The whole idea of setting up of NCDEX was to change the paradigm of agriculture. You grow according to the requirement of the market rather than grow and then try and sell to the market. That was the basic objective of development of the platform of NCDEX. So this is the first women FPO consisting of tribal women which was listed on NCDEX. For the purpose of trading on NCDEX, you have to list yourself. Without listing, you are not allowed to trade. And why women were not allowed? If you remember, when I had started saying, when I started making the presentation, I said one of the first signs of empowerment is land title deeds. Since women were not the owners, title deeds were not in their name, the local sellers, they were not allowing the women to sell their produce. Because they said, no, you are not, the NCDEX platform says that the original grower has to sell. And how can you say that you are a grower? You should have a title deed in your name, which these women did not have. So, how did this change happen? If I were to share with you the concept of farmer producer organization, like in SHG's promotion, there is an NGO. In the same way, there is a hand-holding agency which is known as POPI, Producer Organization Promoting Institution. So in this case, the Producer Organization Promoting Institution, it took the lead and it facilitated in transfer of title deeds in the name of these tribal women so that they start trading. The role of a handheld holding agency in the initial stages is very important. In this case, the POPI played that role and women got the title deeds, and it was for the first time that women traded on NCDEX. So this is this farmer producer organization. If you do a Google search, you will find so many references to Ram Rahim farmer producer organization company, and 3 films have been made on the progress that this farmer producer organization has made so far. It's an amazing experience to go through because they all were illiterate. And today they are dealing with multilateral international agencies on their own terms. So this was the first, the choice of this was because here is a live example of integration of technology without the knowledge to use it, facilitated by a POPI, which paved the way for women empowerment and created an edifice whereby the women are getting benefited in diversified manifestations. And to encourage that, if you want to trade in NCDEX, you have to pay a fee of 1 crore. Here, to encourage women farmers to start trading, they were only allowed to pay a nominal fees of 7,500. And now so many women farmer producer organizations are trading on NCDEX. So NCDEX comes out with a monthly bulletin. So those of you who are interested in economics, they have the case studies of successful women FPOs across the country who are getting benefited by integration of technology and the platform of NCDEX to become economically empowered. You could go through it. It is available online and it is free to download. As I said, the example was chosen because it changed the norm of grow and sell to grow to sell. That was the change. We were growing and selling. Now we are growing to sell. So we are now conditioned to the market. We are in tune with the market. That was the objective of promotion of the farmer producer organization. And this was the first FPO. They in fact have been a very successful case study. Now I have other three examples. One is the Aranyak FPO, which is a game changer. It was set up in 2009. And what is the speciality of this is, this all the SHG women members were there. They graduated to FPO and they started doing the door-to-door collection of the produce from their village. They entered into an agreement with a warehouse and they went into AWDR. It is called as Agriculture Warehouse Depository Receipt. This is another way of promotion government has instituted, whereby, as I said earlier, the small and marginal farmers have the main problem of they don't have the ability to store the grain. They have to sell it. Now, through this initiative of what these women SHG members did, they collected all the produce, entered into an agreement with the godown owner, and stored the godown there, paid the prevalent price that was available on that day for that commodity, and sold it at a premium and earned profit for themselves. And 50% of the women of these group are illiterate. But they know what is AWDR, what is the rate that is prevalent, how do you have to deal with the storage and godowns. They go and check their commodities, how they are stored. So these are the changes which are happening through the integration of technology, which is amazing. And another thing is, if you are dealing, if you go to a rural market, you will see most of them do not have metric weights. They would have some brick, some stone as a symbolic, or it will be a barter system. So how do you become professional in your approach to weight of the commodity? You have to adopt metric system. This farmers group, women farmers group, ensured that all the commodity that was purchased is through the metric system. They would carry the metric system weight with themselves, weigh the commodity in presence of the seller, and then they do it. And this was for the first time. In fact, in November, I had gone to Hassan. There is a farmer producer organization which has 100 women members and 100 male members. And the Pradhan, who is the main managing director of that FPO, director, he said, "Sir, I have introduced the metric weight and I have thrown open challenge to anybody to say that the weight on the product that I am saying is not correct. I will pay him 1,000 words." That is the kind of change that is coming. Through through the platform of integration via adoption of metrics, integration of technology, you are making yourself better positioned to sell your commodity in a totally impartial and open manner, which was not so the case earlier. So these are the changes that are happening. And now this Samriddhi Mahila Cooperative in Kota, Rajasthan, they, on their own, they found the information on the net, entered into an agreement with Bunge, which is a multinational agri-value chain based out of Holland. And they are selling the product to them because they felt empowered after through SHG mode to become member of the farmer producer organization, understood the value of aggregation, segregation, and proper weightage. And Bunge has provided them financial support, and it is one of the best successful case studies in Rajasthan. In the same way, this name you would have heard. Mulkanur FPC in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana. No. Murunkalur FPC in Telangana. What is so unique about this FPC? It has 8,000 women members. Normally, a milk route is from the collection to the factory where it has to be processed. That is a milk route. If you would have observed, normally in the villages, milk routes are 50, 100 kilometers like that. So the transportation cost when it is loaded to the milk, the producer does not get the remuneration which otherwise it would get. Here the women took the decision that our milk would not be collected from beyond the radius of 26 kilometers. That is our periphery. And with that periphery they operated, and they have made a turnover of 2 crores. And they also have thrown open a challenge. They say anybody can, they give the testometers, they send it along with their milk. You can check our quality, you can check with lactometers. They have, so this is the kind of confidence that they have initiated. And National Dairy Development Board has now selected this FPO for initiating new changes in the dairy sector through this FPO platform, because they are fully conversant with technology, fully conversant with the market dynamics. Dairy, if you would be aware, it is one of the most anxious sector because the milk spoilage is very fast. But through their initiative, they have ensured that on the one hand, the milk is processed very fast. They have provided better returns to their members, as also created the knowledge base about the quality associated with milk. Milk is also one of the commodities where you have spuriousness. So they introduced the concept of testing, and the customers are encouraged to do independent testing. And that is the reason why NDDB continues to work with them. Imagine 8,000 women members are there, and National Dairy Development Board is such a big conglomerate. But it has chosen because they have taken that decision themselves that they would integrate technology, they would go for metrics, and they would become entrepreneurs. So, AVSAR scheme. Now I'm coming to AVSAR scheme. How many of you are frequent travelers? Flying, frequent flyer. Have you seen AVSAR? From which airport have you traveled recently? Bangalore. To? Anybody else? Have you heard about this scheme called AVSAR? AVSAR is a scheme which is created by National Airport Authority of India to provide a shopping outlet to the self-help group and farmer producer organization members, and provide them a window of 15 days at the airport to sell their product. And right now, if you travel to Varanasi, obviously after now people are traveling to Varanasi. So next time when you are traveling to Varanasi, just see the AVSAR as you come out of the departure and pick up your luggage. There is an outlet there. It started from Varanasi. Now it is covering 20 airports in India. Why I have picked up AVSAR is because it has dramatically changed the empowerment, financial empowerment through integration of technology. So there are 5 components to this AVSAR scheme. As you can see, it is the scheme that for creating a marketing outlet, and one of the biggest challenges that small and marginal farmers face is how to market their product, especially the artisans. So this takes care of that. Artisans are now making good money, and here I am giving you an example of Swavlambi Sakhi producer organization in Dharwad. This was formed in 2020, sorry. And it has a turnover right now of 1 crore within 3 years. 50% of that turnover comes from the AVSAR sale. And they have only been here for, it started in April 23, and from April to December, they have hardly been there for 5 or 6 times. And the 1 crore turnover, that 50 lakh of that turnover has come from the Avsar opportunity which government created. Obviously, the hand-holding agency, Deshpande Foundation, and we as NABARD defrayed the shopping costs uh, because FPOs or SAG members would not be able to afford the rentals at the airport. So that we have subsidized and see the profits within 2 years that they have generated, which otherwise they could not have generated. And next time when you are traveling, try, my humble request is just find out if there is an Avsar outlet, go and meet with these people and the kind of joy that they have when they share their products, because airport shopping is something which they would never have imagined that they would get a platform to sell their products from airport. My question is, which is the fastest selling commodity at the airports? We go for food. We spend our time eating. So, what if food products made by local FPOs and SHGs are also displayed, and they compete with the stale food which is available at the airports? Imagine how much sale we are going to start this experiment shortly, because at the airport, if you are able to provide the local flavor to the flyers, it will sell like hotcakes. We have experienced that at the railway stations. We have done that pilots for last 2-3 years, and we should be doing it shortly at the airports also. See the joy of the lady? She's the owner. And she's so confident, she has picked up speaking English. She was from rural Karnataka, she was not able to speak Hindi, and she has started speaking in English so that she's confident and conversant with the customers. And on her own, she has been instrumental in providing sale of more than 5 lakh. She has been there for around 2 months, over a period from April to December. So if you get a chance to travel to Hubli airport, it is just there. Just go and interact with this. We spent some time interacting with her, and the kind of confidence that she has generated. If the QR code is not working, she will generate the QR code on her mobile so that the sale is not affected. She would see to it, because the sale that happens there, it comes as an incentive to her. So these are small changes as a part of empowerment which are happening, and we need to appreciate and acknowledge that change. Can we all see it? This is an invite from President of India to one of the FPOs which I had promoted while I was in Ludhiana. And it started as a self-help group. These ladies, they are so much passionate about their self-help group nomenclature because it provided them the economic empowerment. Though they have registered themselves as an FPO, their nomenclature still has SHG. They call it Global SHG. Global SHG Farmer Producer Organization. That is the brand name that they have created. We all talk about branding of a product to build an aura around it. This lady has built an aura around her brand name, so she got an invite from President's house. And once she got it, she called me up. I had moved out. She said, "Sir, today is the day when you had provided us the hand holding. This is what we never expected, that we would reach Rashtrapati Bhavan. But we have been invited on the eve of 26th January to be there." This is the kind of empowerment. And the food products that these ladies make, they have around 35 food products. And they are gutsy ladies. She has a jeep. She travels with all the products on jeep all over India. When for the first time, we nominated her to go to Bombay. She traveled from Ludhiana to Bombay, which is around 2,700 odd kilometers, in 4 days. And she was able, it was the time span of that Saras Mela, we call it. It happens around the Shehra. It is 15 days. In 6 days, she sold off all of her products and they went on a all India travel. And another unique feature of this FPO is that one of their members, as those who are from Punjab would be aware, that Canada is their second state. So they call it, I have seen a milestone in Jalandhar where it was written Canada is only 20,000 kilometers away. So one of the FPO members of the board stays in Canada. She takes the orders there, and through WhatsApp they do all their transactions. And their turnover, they have not taken any bank loan. In 22-23, their turnover was around 28 lakhs, and they have done a profit of 5 lakhs. So these are the examples of empowerment which are happening. And this FPO revived the millet cultivation. Punjab was one of the first states where millet was grown. It was done away with. They have revived this millet cultivation. Now, to sum it up, with the examples that I have tried to share, from know how to do how to show how. In these 3 words, I can sum up the journey of women FPOs or SHGs who have used technology to gain knowledge, gain confidence, and create a brand identity for themselves. Any comments on this journey? Anybody would like to have a different view about it from know how to do how to show how? Because show how is what is creating the brand image for them. It is providing them the economic benefits. We agree with the show how? Because if we are not showing, how would the world know what are we doing? So we have to show. It is the market. We have to do the marketing. And here I have not shared the example of, we have, you would have heard about Udupi sarees in Mangalore. So that also we have revived it. The handicraft, the looms had gone through integration of technology. We provided them improvised looms, and they are now, last year they have done a turnover of 20 lakhs. And it was the first story that was done in Garland magazine. Garland magazine is a magazine which comes out from Australia, which documents the interventions in handloom and associated sectors. So you can search for Udupi sarees. I wrote that article. So it will give you a flair of how a craft that was going into oblivion, which was revived based on the commitment of women members who took it upon themselves that they will use the technology to start a new paradigm of weaving. And we provided them, when we are talking of technology, what is technology? Technology is not only in terms of the tools. We use technology, we create a Facebook market for them. Through the Facebook, we connect with the community. Now, Udupi, those, if you would have gone to Udupi, those who have migrated from Udupi, they have a great sense of nostalgia about Udupi. So we built upon that emotion and nostalgia to create a Facebook marketing space. And within 1 hour, their order books were full. They got orders of around 15 lakhs. Here the intervention was in each of the sarees that were woven. We had, along with the promoting agency, the weaver's name is there. His name and his face is there. So immediately they connect with the roots. And that sense of nostalgia, if you're staying away from your roots, was a magic exercise that was undertaken. And this became the USP for this experimentation. So those of you who are interested, they can search for that article of Garland magazine in my name. It will give you an insight into how craft can be revived through the platform of FPOs. Now to sum it up, technology-based interventions, what were they? We started with NCDEX when Ram Rahim FPO was there. Then promoting rapid testing of milk, which Mulkuna was doing. Then selling at the airport through the Avsar. And striving to obtain all certificates relating to food for better price realization, which Global SHG is doing. This is why should women FPOs be promoted? This is the case why we say it should be promoted, because women essentially are the main contributors for agriculture, and though they remain invisible and have limited access to resources, technology, and decision-making opportunities, it helps in once they are provided access to it, they leads to rise in income, and commercialization of agriculture creates new opportunities for them. And promoting only women FPOs can enhance women's participation, resource exit, etc. Hydroponics, how many of us are aware? You are aware. You are also aware. She is a lady who was heading Hilton Hotels. She quit the job. Now she's a hydroponic exponent based out of Bangalore, working with the multinationals. She calls herself farmeress. She's not a farmer. She says, I'm a farmeress. Because I'm a woman. I'm not a woman farmer. I'm a farmeress. And I met her for the first time in Punjab when we were, incidentally, we were hand-holding a startup. The startup is AgNext. AgNext is now, it is a startup with valuation of $200 US billion. And I was main person who promoted it. And we wanted to bring quality food norms in Indian food industry so that the Indian agriculture produce is of comparable variety by leveraging technology at the doorstep and make it so convenient and easy for the small holding farmers to access it. And she read about one paper that we had written. She traveled all the way from Bangalore just like that to meet us. And after that, she started working with us in the foothills of Himachal Pradesh for promotion of hydroponics. She has revived quite a lot of herbs there, which had gone extinct in Kangra Valley. And she does amazing work in hydroponics. She's the only farmeress. This is what she says about herself. And this she has tested. When we are saying women in agriculture, why they should be encouraged, vendors perceive that women are better growers and nurturers. We have tested it number of times. And she is only farmeress, I would say, who is practicing soil-less hydroponics cultivation on a large different varieties. So anybody who wants to do hydroponics, wants to study what all is happening over there, you can check her profile on LinkedIn. She shares everything that is there. And she's doing some amazing work right now. The old cargo vans which are lying abandoned, they are working with some US company to provide food and sustenance to rural people in Kanakpura. When we talk of empowerment, this is the book that I wrote. I thought I will also share that. It has been Amazon's bestseller. It is about women empowerment of a woman marathon runner who started running marathon at the age of 45. She has done 60 marathons so far. And she's my classmate. And I would give a copy of the book to the library. Everyone should read it because whoever has read it, they say that this book has come out very well. Incidentally, a friend of mine is going to make a film in Punjabi out of it. So this is what I tried to share. Thank you so much. Any questions? I'm open. I hope I am not bored.
Can I come with a question, sir?
Yeah, please.
I have a couple of questions, actually,
Please,
if we have the time.
Please.
One, sir, you were talking about NSDX registration possible only if you are a title holder.
Yeah.
What happens to leased lands in that case?
They are not allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the catching up of veganism affecting or going to affect dairy? What are your predictions on this?
Catching up of veganism.
Veganism, is that going to affect dairy industry, dairy products and things like that?
If you see the dairy industry growth of India, last year it was number 2 in the world. This year it is becoming number 1 in the world. And last month we had an international dairy conference in Ludhiana. where dairy farmers from all over the world come. And as the dairy industry world over is shrinking, it is only in India that it is growing. Veganism, what percentage is there?
Okay.
Can you give me an idea? It's more of an urban fad, I would say.
Okay.
You travel to any rural area or suburban area, ask them about veganism, they would not be able to tell what is veganism.
All right. Right, good. Thanks to know this. Sir, what about Neeta Ambani's Geo City, where she has got this national, all over India, arts and crafts, weavers thing? How is that contributing to any of the things that you said?
I have not been there, but I have heard that the weavers and other artisans from Gujarat have been given the platform there. Obviously, Neeta Ambani Center, if you get a chance to be there, it is the cream ladder cream of Bombay who rubs shoulders there. And it provides the visibility which you would not be able to get anywhere, because you have world's best brands which are there. And to have a space there even for a day, it speaks volumes about the brand positioning of the artisan who gets an opportunity to be there. I would relate it to the experimentation of Delhi Heart which happened when Delhi Heart was designed. At that point in time, the artisans who used to come there, once they used to go back, their sales volumes increased minimum by 4 to 5 times.
Right. And one last question.
Yes,
we are actually, even as you're talking, we are in the middle of the farmer protest of MSP. After all the innovative, empowering measures that you talked about, why do we still face something as basic as MSP and farmer protest?
Who are the farmers who are protesting? It is only Punjab and Haryana.
Okay.
And why are they protesting?
So
See, I'll tell you. Green Revolution, when it happened, Punjab was the area where the experimentation began, Punjab and Haryana. So they were the best beneficiaries. Now agriculture has started spreading out. It is other states are also catching up. So if you are in a position of eminence and suddenly you find that the spotlight is turning away from you, so that is one of the reasons. If you see, Punjab was one of the first 8 states where concept of farmer producer organization as a policy was implemented. Advocated, but it was never implemented. Punjab, if you have to be there to understand the dynamics, Punjab has a very typical dynamics because the local artiyas, they control the trade. They have a stranglehold on the farmers. And as the commodity preference is shifting from rice and wheat to other commodities, the MSP which you were getting, now government cannot only procure from Punjab and Haryana. Farmers from other states are also growing. I'll give an example of millets in Karnataka. Karnataka was the first state in 2019 we declared millet as the year of millets was declared by Karnataka state government. Karnataka was the first state which declared it. And 2021 International Year of Millet was declared by Government of India. Still, millet procurement, when it is announced, it does not match with the millet season of Karnataka. When whole of the country grows it, Karnataka grows it in a different season, because it's a rain-fed cultivation which is there in Karnataka. And so we have to factor in the diverse geographies. And obviously when the change will happen, that's these kind of struggles will be there. So we have to understand, you have to also take into account how other farmers are growing up. So that is one of the reasons why you see, if you would be following in the newspapers and media, the kind of groundswell support that was there in the initial stages, it is not there this time. That is one of the reasons, because farmers as a community need to grow. Yeah, please.
So like you talked about the Avsar scheme, are there any schemes which support these FPOs to gain access in the global market too?
I shared the Facebook page, that Facebook event that we had created. That was for the FPO only, the Udupi Sarees FPO. So we create these kind of events on a regular basis. We provide them the marketing window as also the hand holding. Through all the your craft melas which happen all over the country. We nominate the FPO members to go and sell their products. where they interact with the traders and participants. If you would have heard about Gurgaon Mela, which happens every year, which is one of the biggest fairs in India, where there is a fantastic foreign participation, and FPOs which have gone there, they have individually entered into tie-up with the foreign countries to supply the products to them.
Sir, I'm just generally intrigued by the talk in general and the wide spectrum of examples that you gave, but somehow my mind is stuck to the scarecrow. Because I think it was the most relatable and the most engaging example of.
That's why it was the first slide.
Exactly. I maybe should have brought it up then, but
please.
I have a different take on it.
Yeah.
You said that you saw a scarecrow dressed as a woman. I'm just reading it from my notes. May I ask, where did you see it, sir?
I saw it, as I told. I was traveling in Bagalkot district. I had gone to see a sugar mill. After seeing the sugar mill, I was returning back, and there on the field I saw it. And for your information, Bagalkot is one of the districts which is most backward as far as women empowerment is concerned. When I went there to inspect the bank for the first time, it was a Women's Day. That bank had 60% women employees, and they had never celebrated Women's Day in their history. I forced them to do that day. And after that, it has not happened again. Yeah, please carry on.
So you asked, is it empowering to us to see a scarecrow dressed as a woman?
It is, I said, these are telltale signs. These are telltale signs which you can use as an example to sense a change that is happening. I picked it up as a sense of change which is happening. That's all. Because I have not seen it so far in my life. So I picked it up as a sense of change. That could be because of the fact that the land might be owned by a woman. We don't know. And she has said, why should a man's clothes be there as a scarecrow? Why not a woman's clothes as a scarecrow? So that was that was my trigger to pick it up. And it is not an interpretational aspect. It's open to interpretations. It is this is not a conclusive statement from my side. I just put it as a poser to let the grey cells work.
So I raised it because when you said it, the first thing that popped up in my mind was it done deliberately, or was it just that someone had a leftover garment and they put it on the
It might be deliberate. See, intentions could be something else, but when you observe it and deduce from it, that's my interpretation. That's how I have put it. You can take it in a different way. But for me, it was a sign that small change is happening. I saw it that way.
So because I also saw it as it doesn't add anything to the utilitarian aspect of the scarecrow, also being it being femininely dressed, it doesn't add anything to the purpose of the scarecrow being there. So it cannot be called as empowerment or innovation or yes, the symbolic meaning is there.
I'm saying symbolic meaning because I saw it for the first time.
Yes, sir.
You can have your own views also. No problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Khadi, if you see their website and the balance sheet, the Khadi that it has grown, Prasanna Trust is there in Karnataka. Desi you would have heard. Desi is one of the biggest exponents of Khadi in Karnataka. We are working with them, and since we joined hands with them, their turnover has increased more than 2.5 times. And we have facilitated them to improve their looms, improve the cotton procurement, and also facilitate them to go for organic dyes in the color. So things are happening. Prasanna himself comes to our office every year on Women's Empowerment Day to share the progress that is being made in the realm of Khadi.
Yes, sir. And they have a wide variety of productions.
Yes, and if you see now Khadi also for the products, they have started indicating the source from where the products have come. You would find invariably it could be sourced from a SHG, from an FPO, whatever. And that is a recognition of the efforts Khadi is providing that platform. If you would have seen in the Avsar, one of the banners that I had said, their tagline was there to provide women a marketing outlet, something like that. I don't remember actually. So it is happening. Khadi is doing phenomenal work, and if you get a chance to travel to Delhi, just go to their outlet in Connaught Place, which is the biggest outlet of Khadi in India. and you will understand how khadi has changed the normal associated relationship with khadi, where khadi was a product to be purchased from 2nd October to 31st January. Now people round the year throng those outlets and you would not find a place to stand there. That is the kind of brand equity that khadi has obtained for itself.
Thank you.
Please. Yes. I was coming to that, in fact. Now slowly it is coming. Railways have been asked to do that. Railway was the first to do that.
I mean, UGC and the Khadi Gramodyog and others are working in tandem with one another to support, which was missing in the earlier governance pattern. Would you contribute this entire movement of improving our local artisans?
It is there. Vocal for local, that is what is happening. And earlier they were working in the silos. Now the ecosystem is evolving in such a manner that the various nodes are feeding each other. Earlier they were not feeding each other. That's what is happening right now.
In fact, even for the convocation of universities, now there is a UGC notification that the gowns have to be made of the local craft material.
Yes. So it is being promoted, and it's very good. Very good for the artisans who have been languishing for long times.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I'm from Konaseema in Andhra Pradesh. So I have seen my father's friend, a farmer. He shifted his agricultural land into pisciculture. He's growing fishes in his land.
He's going, what is shrimps.
Yes,
They are doing
shrimps.
shrimp cultivation.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Sir, is it happening anywhere else in India?
It is. It started with Gurgaon in Haryana, where we did a pilot project. NABARD did a pilot project, and after that, you have. If you would travel to Hyderabad, you would see the National Fish Development Board. Our head office is there. As you come out of the airport and travel to Hyderabad city, so now that is the nodal agency which is promoting fish culture. And to promote fish, even under KCC scheme, government has given incentives to the fish growers as well.
Sir, is it having any negative impact on the
It
fertility
is having a
on the
negative impact. There is a incidence of leaching is happening there. Soil leaching is there because the water that you are using for growing shrimps, the soil leaching is there, but experts have to come out with their study report. These are newspaper reports. But the experts have to study that how the soil texture and composition has changed and how is it going to affect in the long run.
Sir, can we grow crops again in that land?
Hydroponics. You can use hydroponics.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, please.
Saram sir.
Yeah. Hello.
So I just had one question. That
Please.
is, now shifting the focus from farming as an occupation and taking agriculture as a subject in institutions. So we have agriculture as a subject nowadays, and relatively the ratio of male enrollments is relatively higher than the females.
Yes.
So what do you think we can do in this term to encourage them
Where
as
have
well?
you seen this percentile differentiation?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Where have you seen this differentiation where in agriculture class where male are more in numbers than female? Have you seen it somewhere? You have read it somewhere?
So actually, one of my relative, he has taken this course. So in which is in Uttarakhand. So
Okay.
there in that place, out of the like 50 people, 50 something, he says there are no girls in his classes. So I was just.
Pithoragarh, where?
So Uttarakhand, I
Actually, you
don't know
know.
the
Because
place.
there is an agriculture university there. I'll
Yes,
give you
sir.
a flip side to it. If you go to Punjab Agriculture University, which is the premier agriculture university in India, I think it is number 1 right now. It was given a center of excellence esteem last year. So in agriculture classes, because I used to take a regular faculty session every 2 or 3 days there, 70% of the students were women. And they, in all the research related to agriculture, 80% were women who were doing that research. So maybe it could be owing to the fact that in the hills,
Yes, sir.
the
Hilly
migration
areas.
is there. You have to contextualize it with the migration that has happened. Those who are in the bracket of studying, they have moved out to Delhi, Punjab, everywhere. And if you associate their, trace their origins to the hills, you will find that they would be studying in Punjab, in Delhi, in different parts of agriculture universities in India, because they have moved out from the hills, and your relatives is still there. That could also be one of the reasons.
Thank
Because
you.
service sector is quite predominant in Uttaranchal.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, please.
So it's not a question, but I have a point to say over here.
Please.
Before I lived in Odisha, I used to live in Chhattisgarh, that is Raigad. And one Sunday, me and my father and my brother had a trip to next village, very remote place, which we never knew. We just went for a trip to just enjoy the Sunday. And there I saw brass artifacts were being made.
Yes.
That is one part. And later, recently I went to a fair where I saw that those people have made, turned those small artifacts into business. That time when we asked them, they told they're not doing a business over there, but they're just making it for the villagers as as to give off gifts, to give away gifts. But then later they realized, out of government support, we have seen there are many micro organizations that were being that were promoted. So it's been already some 5-6 years back when I saw them. But recently I saw them. They have turned it into a business. And then when we asked, they said they have, I don't remember the figure of turnover, but it was a very huge turnover for them.
It is happening all over, and any change that happens, it has a cycle of 5 years. 5 years down the line, you would see the kind of volumes of business that the traditional craftsmen are doing, especially in Chhattisgarh, where the Bastar belt, the black metal craft that they do, and the kind of value addition that has been provided by the hand holding of government by linking them to the master craftsmen, which is based on the dynamics of the market. As you said earlier, they were doing it because they did not have the market. They were doing it just out of their own imagination. So government came up with the idea of linking them, associating with the market master craftsmen, who was providing them skills to make products as per the requirements of the market.
Yes.
And quite a lot of them are doing online business. You can see how much business they generate online.
And sir, I would say here that most of them were women.
Yes, it is like that. It is like that. You
Silence,
should
yeah.
document that. Share it with here in your institute. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Sir provided effective information on how women grow from being laborers to cultivators and to entrepreneurs. He also showed how women from rural background could actually reach the Rashtrapati Bhavan through the process from know how to do how and to show how. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor N. Srividya, Director, Sri Satyasai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus, to give away a token of appreciation to Sri Nalin Rai, sir. It is my immense pleasure to introduce Professor N. Srividya, Director, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus. Madam is the former head of the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences and has over 25 years of teaching and research experience at SSSIHL Anantapur campus. Blessed as she is, Ma'am was a recipient of 2 gold medals in BSc and MSc Food and Nutrition Sciences from the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Professor Srividya has qualified the UGC NET Research Fellowship India and has been the recipient of several awards for scientific oral and poster presentations in various national and international conferences and seminars. Madam has garnered recognition through awards for scientific presentations and received the Science Father Best Research Award and the Sai Krishna Award for Excellence in Research from the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. She has to her credit 6 PhD research guidance and 39 MSc projects. She has received research funding from the national agencies such as UGC and ICMR. Her contributions to academia and research have left an indelible mark on the field of nutrition research with H index 13 and more than 1,000 citations for her work in areas of metabolomics, public health, nutrition, etc. Professor Srividya has over 50 publications in international peer-reviewed journals and has designed content for more than 20 courses. I now invite Professor N. Srividya to deliver the concluding remarks.
Offering my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our founder Chancellor, Bhagavan Shri Satya Sai Baba. Respected expert speakers of this workshop, dear teachers, colleagues, and my dear students. After a very vibrant talk, I think my job to conclude will be easier. For one, that I found that Sir had kind of covered almost all aspects of empowering women with very beautiful examples and very apt examples. And to start with, I just want to first congratulate the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. M.R. Geeta Bala, for organizing this very timely and very important conference, on this particular theme. Now we started the January with the Nari Shakti program in the annual sports and cultural meet, and now we are re-echoing the importance of women, their empowerment, how important it is. So I hope the die rolls on. When we talk about women empowerment, I think by now you're all empowered with the knowledge of how different aspects it needs to be covered. What are the different aspects we need to cover when we have to talk about women empowerment? So right in the beginning, or maybe a few decades back, it was just financial. Most of them used to focus only on financial empowerment for women. But now we know, and very interestingly, we have seen that almost all the aspects were spoken by various speakers, though unfortunately I could not be here all the time. But when I have seen the topics, I can see that we need to look at all the different angles for a human personalities, a women personality, from social angle, from emotional angle, financial angle, spiritual angle, everything. And our own Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba, the founder, chancellor, I think was a person, or a pioneer in women empowerment, for the very reason that he started a women's college first in the area, in a geographical area which needed it most. At that time there was no other colleges or universities. So he was the great proponent of women empowerment, and he did it very silently and effectively. The way Swami used to give certain directives to the devotees when they come there. For example, like he used to say, when you go out and buy the flowers from the flower sellers, the ladies, do not bargain. That is, these kind of small things was what how Swami was quietly operating, what the government, is talking about now. Similarly, the pan ladies, those who used to sell pan or the betel leaves. So there were many ways, small ways he used to do these kind of things, which we, in his own, very quiet and imitable way. Now, if you look at our own selves, coming to the theme of your symposium or the workshop today, we are connecting innovation and empowerment. In fact, actually, UN Women, I don't know how many of you are aware of UN Women organization, part of the United Nations. They had this particular theme of innovation and empowerment of women between 2018 to 2021. And a lot of activities and policies were brought out. So that is where people started. One of the reasons, and of course our own country, is now brought out that we have to do certain breaking of the stereotyping. I think that's what, when Sir showed the photograph, I think about some scarecrow, I think it is just a breaking of the stereotype for the women itself, where they want to see themselves somewhere where always man had been. Why can't we be there, or why should not we be there? The bold disruption of stereotyping. So this also empowers them. The women have to feel empowered, by not feel scared or feel strong. No, they should not feel. That is how land holding, when it was given to them, title, when they gave it to them, it gives them the empowerment. So it has to happen at all levels. So from education, education is the primary thing, obviously. Then only they can go and become economically also empowered. That then many aspects have to be there. So that is why they, even our, though our culture earlier, in the Vedic culture, if you see, they, all the dictums are there, Matrudeva, they don't say Pitrudeva Bhava and Matrudeva Bhava. First, it starts with Matrudeva Bhava, Pitrudeva Bhava, and Atiti Deva Bhava. So that means it starts only with the women. So it was there very much. Somehow over the centuries, it had kind of taken different turns. And then I was seeing the presentations of the children outside in the notice boards or in the. I saw that how you have yourself identified the women from 19th century, 20th century, 21st century, who broke the barriers and the stereotypes and came out and showed they are capable in any spheres. And now that there is no, stopping to it. I mean, the spheres are so multifaceted, where the women can show, in the digital world, the digital education, these things are helping them to overcome and reach out to different realms of activity. They are able to, as I was saying, from sitting somewhere in the remote place in India, they are able to reach to people in Canada or trade with people in Australia. So all this is because of digital education. And how else do we empower women? Is by helping them. We say that necessity is the mother of invention. So now we have to say necessity is the mother of innovation also. So we need to innovate as per the need. What is the current need for women? Are they having problem in traveling? Can they have some translating app which will help them to understand the various technical information that is being shown or given in something? So we need to assess, and I'm hope the children over here will look and bring about various technologies, innovate to bring empowerment to women. I really congratulate all the students and staff who have organized this important symposium, and we are really grateful to all the speakers who have come all over from wherever different places to our holy university here and spared your time. It was really wonderful listening to you, sir, and in the morning, Hema Madam only very partly I could listen. And I really congratulate once more and wish you all the best. And let us continue to empower ourselves, all the women of India and the world, and through innovation, technology, love, and sincerity. Sai Ram.
Thank you, madam, for your words of appreciation. I now request Mrs. Sujana, Assistant Professor. I now request Dr. M.R. Geeta Bala, Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus, to give away a token of appreciation to Professor N. Srividya. I now request Mrs. Sujana, Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus, to deliver the vote of thanks, after which we will have the Mangal Aarti. Thank you, Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. It is my pleasant duty to propose the vote of thanks. We thank our beloved Bhagwan, our founder Chancellor, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, for everything he has bestowed upon us. Our deep gratitude and thanks to our Chancellor, Sri Chakravarti Garu, former IAS, our Vice Chancellor, Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, our Registrar, Dr. Shrikant Khanna. We sincerely thank ICSSR South Regional Center Director, Professor Sudhakar Reddy, for gracing us with the keynote address. We thank ICSSR-SRC for their support to conduct this 2-day workshop on Techonomics, Empowering Women, Igniting Innovation. We sincerely thank our Director, Professor Srividya Madam, and Warden Madam, Meera Madam, for their guidance and support. We fondly thank our Dean of Social Sciences, Dr. M.R. Geeta Bala Madam, our Head of the Department of Social Sciences, Dr. Raghavendra Raju, for their initiative to conduct this 2-day ICSSR workshop. We thank all our distinguished resource persons for their most valuable contributions to enrich this workshop. We thank our Dean of Commerce, professors, senior faculty, and colleagues for their warm support. We extend our thanks to the audiovisual team and the technical team for their support. Thanks is due to our support staff. I thank all the student coordinators and the student team who have been very supportive. We thank one and all for coming together for this 2-day ICSSR workshop. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
भक्त जना संरक्षक भक्तजना संरक्षक पति महेश्वरा ॐ जय जगदीश हरे शशिवदना श्रीकरा सर्वप्राणपते स्वामी सर्वप्राणपते आश्रितकल्पलतिका आश्रितकल्पलतिका आपद्बान्धव ॐ जय जगदीश हरे मातपिता गुरुदैवमु मरियन्तयु नीवे स्वामी मरियन्तयु नीवे नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्र शयन ॐ जय जगदीश हरे ओंकार रूप ओजस्वी ओ साई महादेव सत्य साई महादेवा मंगलहारति अंदुको मंगलहारति अंदुको मंदर गिरिधारी ओम जय जगदीश हरे नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा ओम शांति 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 लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की जय।